Very good.
All right, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the September 2nd, 2021 Planning Board meeting to order. We have a quorum. We'll be expecting Lupita to join us shortly. So I'll, let's see, let's check to make sure. Yep, everyone has PB in front of their name, which is great, all the Planning Board members. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jean Gotza, who will be helping us out with logistics tonight and leading us through the protocols for virtual meetings that we use with the city.
Very good. Thank you, David. Okay, with our virtual meeting format, we do have some protocol that we've adopted, and I'll just go through that quickly. The city's engaged with our community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, and planning and board members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. More information about this vision and the full rules of decorum can be found on our city website. Oh, come on, there you go. So the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up or required to speak using the name they're commonly known by. And we ask that individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak. If you need help changing that, you can put it in the Q&A and I can change it for you. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted and no video. So kindly note that the chat function is disabled, and all questions related to the procedures or the online technical meeting should be directed to me, the host, in the Q&A, and I'll do my best to help you or clarify our procedures. All content-related comments or questions in the Q&A will be promptly deleted. We won't respond to them. The board members and the staff should not read nor consider any content-related questions or comments in their deliberation. I'm sorry, but we have to do that for consistency. And if there are repeated comments or questions in the Q&A that are disrupting any of our ability to, or my ability to do my job moderating the meeting, I'm going to notify the board chair and issue a warning. And if it continues, suggest that those offending that rule would be removed from the meeting. Thanks for understanding. These rules are really just to keep our meetings orderly and fair. For the open comment and the public hearing, folks, we do have a pre-sign up for one of the items, and we'll go through that list, but then otherwise allow folks that opportunity to speak with the raise hand function. You should find that just at the bottom of your screen. We'll call on those who have raised hands and then unmute them. At that time, you'll see an ability to unmute, but you won't see it until your turn. Let's see, when we do get to the open comment or public hearings, please state your name and address for the record, and we'll tee up several speakers at a time so folks will know when their turn is coming up. Folks will have 3 minutes to address the board, so please try to hold to that. And I think that's it. David, back to you.
Thank you, Jean. All right. Well, we do have 2 fairly substantial public hearing items tonight. So I did send out a proposal to the board that perhaps we do what we did back when we looked at the CU South item. We actually limited our Q&A initially to a certain limited amount of time so that we kind of knew when we were going to get to the public comment. And then we could also entertain further questions once we deliberate. And what we did was we kind of prioritized the questions that we thought the public would be most concerned about hearing so that those got answered before the public spoke. But then, you know, we have a little bit more of a surety that you all who are attending kind of know when you might be coming up. My proposal was that we do for the item 5A, 10 minutes for staff questions, 10 minutes for applicant questions. And for 5B, since that's just a staff presentation and a pretty extensive item, maybe let's see, what did I propose? maybe do 30 minutes, limit ourselves to 30 minutes initially for that one. Did anyone want to bring up any comments or concerns on that proposal, or does that sound like a good idea, John?
Yeah, thank you. I think in concept, it's a reasonable proposal, and I have no objection to it as long as it's clear that there's no limits on the questions that can be asked and the discussion that can take place following the public input section.
Great. I think that that's absolutely the case. And in fact, what I'm thinking is for 5A, maybe we just open it back up for questions before we even start deliberating and finish all the questions, since we have both applicant and staff. That might be cleanest. And then for 5B, maybe we can do questions for each of the 3 areas that we discuss or something like that. Does that work?
That's fine with me.
Great. Hella, do you think we need to vote on, oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I just had a question. Do we, Jean, what's the sign up list for 5B?
Oh yeah, I actually counted. We have 23 people signed up, which kind of gets us into that area where we might want to consider limiting public comment to 2 minutes. I think it does kind of get into that that realm. So I'm inclined to, for item 5B, and this is at the discretion of the chair, I know, to limit our comments to 2 minutes.
Maybe we can just, I'm fine with that. And maybe we can revisit that after 5A when we see how long that takes.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if we feel that we can do more, but if the public who is signed up, if you could try to make your comments, prioritize your comments so that you can do 2 minutes, that probably will be the case, because if we have 23, we'll probably get some more raised hands as well. And when we go above 20, we often entertain that. Any other comments on process? And I was going to ask Kelly, do you think we need to vote on the time limits thing, or is that something we can just kind of nod at? I do have a motion I can read.
Yeah, and you can determine that as the chair.
Great. Okay. Well, let's do that in the interest of time. And let's then move on to item 2 of the agenda, which is approval of minutes. We have the August 5th, 2021 minutes were sent out. And I know I had one minor correction that got in. Anyone have any comments or anything? Or anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve them.
Great. Do we have a second on that one? I'll second, since I'm speaking. All right, show of hands then on this one. All in favor of approving the minutes. Sarah, you weren't there in that meeting. Okay, so we have 4 votes since Lupita isn't on yet, but that's enough to approve the minutes. So thank you, everybody. Great. So with that, we'll move on then to our general public participation section. This is the public is, oh, by the way, well, I'll just say that basically the decision we made earlier on timing, for those of you who are planning to speak to agenda item 5A, I would estimate around 7:15 to 7:30 would be when we'll get to that, based on that. So just so you know. So with that, now is the time that the public is welcome to address the board for up to 3 minutes in this section. You are please only invited to speak to things that are not on our public hearings. We have 2 public hearings tonight. One is for 2505 Spruce Street concept review. And one is the Alpine Balsam form-based code recommendations, zoning and area plan amendments. So if you have comments on either Spruce Street or Alpine Balsam, please save those for when those items come up. Otherwise, go ahead and use the raise hand function. I will call on you, and Jean will help me by doing the timing and unmuting you. So I see 1 hand up so far, and that's Lynn Siegel. So Jean, if you could unmute Lynn. You should be able to unmute Lynn.
Sorry, I was just water picking. Okay. I just found out something. rather disturbing about 311 Mapleton and Frew House, which is not happening. Now, recall, put on your thinking caps and remember 311, which was approved at 96 units on the main campus, 300 parking spaces, and as their affordable housing at Frew House, 44 units out of 106, and 9, I believe it was about 9 car shares. As it turns out, that whole project has been aborted. Now, first of all, you know what else they did? Instead of 44 units out of 106 at Frew House, they agreed to 106. My goodness, isn't that a nice inducement for approving their project? They dumped the whole thing. They're doing 20%. This is before we went to 25% inclusionary housing. They took the whole 20% at cash in lieu. I guess you folks all knew about this. Well, I just found out about it and I'm appalled. And Michelle Allen called me to tell me about this. And she said she's spoken to planning board and council numerous times explaining that these kind of deals should not be cut based on the affordable housing aspect of things, which is entirely what we use to determine the validity of the project, since we're all consumed with homelessness and affordable housing in Boulder. When the project director and the developer have no obligation to follow what they actually say and what the supposed agreement is. Now, think about this when you think about CU South, okay, who has total autonomy. They are sovereign. They can do whatever they please. Remember that very well and think about 311 when you do. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Any other hands for the general public comment at this point? I don't see any up there. So going once, going twice. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and go through the call-ups, and I'm hoping that Lupita will be joining us by the time we get to the end of the call-up period, so that she'll be able to participate in the entire public hearing portion. So we have 5 call-ups in front of us tonight. The first one is a standard wetlands permit, WET 2020-4, sediment and vegetation removal along Goose Creek. Decision may be called up before September 6th. Any interest or questions for staff or interest in calling this one up? Okay. Second one, standard wetlands permit, WET 2020-05, sediment and vegetation removal along Elmer's 2 Mile Creek by September 6, 2021. Any desire to call up this second item? Okay. Welcome, Lupita. Call up number C is call up item standard wetlands permit WET 2021-4. In-kind replacement of existing parking lot at 1130 35th Street. A decision may be called up before September 6th. Questions or comments or any desire to call this one up? All right. And let's see, D. D is the longer one. So I'll go ahead and start reading it. I don't know if I'll need to read the whole thing. Call up item, site review and determination under 9-3-10E3D, Airport Influence Zone, BRC 1981. Amendment to the previously approved site review application, LUR 2016-66, to permit a change from a restaurant on Lot 5 of the Diagonal Crossing development to a daycare center of 7,380 square feet, Growing Minds Learning Academy, with parking, landscaping, and outdoor play area. Application also includes consideration of a parking reduction on Lot 5 of 37.5% and setback modifications along the property's front yard and street side yards to permit 10 feet where 20 feet is required for the front yard and 15 for the street side yard. decision may be called up on or before September 10th. So, yes, John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a real quick question. And that is, I notice in attachment B, the applicant's written statement is dated November 30th, 2021. So strictly a process issue. I was just wondering what's going on there, whether I misunderstood what the schedule is or what.
The written statement is dated around the time when the application was made. It basically has a basic description of the use that they're proposing. They have had some addendum responses to that, to the city comments, but there hasn't been an updated written statement to that original letter.
So what is that November 30th, 2021? I mean, I don't expect that it's a significant issue, but I'm just wondering.
No, I think it's obviously a typo.
Oh, okay. Thanks. All right. That was all.
We'll go ahead and correct that with the final version of the application before it gets recorded.
And I noticed that in that application, they expected to begin construction in March of this year. So I guess that's moved out with occupancy in November. So that was from a year ago, I guess. Any other questions or comments on this one? All right. Any interest in calling it up? So, okay, well, good. Well, thank you. That completes the call-ups, dispositions, call-ups, and continuations portion of our meeting. So now we'll go ahead and move on to the public hearing items for tonight. The first public hearing item is a concept review and comment for the redevelopment of a 2.33 acre parcel that includes the addresses on Spruce Street with 63 residential units and exercise room for residents. It is broken into 2 phases that are documented here in our project description, and I'm sure Elaine will be going over those. And the case is LUR 2021-16. This is it's not quite a quasi-judicial item, but I would like to ask the board if there is any ex parte or potential conflicts of interest that we would want to disclose on this one.
I'll just, I don't, it's not a conflict of interest, but I've just put it out there. My niece works at Aries Thrift Shop, which I believe is there. I've been there several times, but I don't see a conflict in that.
Great. And I certainly did do a site visit, and which I'm sure other board members probably have. So I don't think we generally need to go into those site visits since those are expected. All right, well, thank you. So with that, then I'll hand it over to, let's see, we've got Jacob, Charles, and Elaine here. So whoever would like to introduce, and I know Elaine, you'll be presenting.
Sure, great. Thanks so much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Elaine McLaughlin, our senior planner, is going to be presenting staff's analysis this evening.
Great, thanks, Charles. And good evening, everyone. I'm just going to share the screen here, so bear with me. And then if you could just let me know if you see the screen.
I can see it.
Excellent. Okay. So we've been in concept plan review before, but for those just joining us, as we know, concept plan is intended to give comments from city staff, the public, planning board, and council to the applicant early in the process. There's no formal action taken, approval or denial. And we look at a number of different issues from land use to architecture and circulation patterns. And in terms of this evening, we'll take a look at the planning and build context as well as transportation, do a brief recap of the project, and then we have 3 key issues that we'll go over this evening. So for the planning context, it's instructive to start at the comprehensive plan level, of course, and the site's part of the Boulder Valley Regional Center, and it's considered one of 3 regional centers in the city with downtown, and the university being the other two. Centers are defined as places with potential for infill and redevelopment and are higher intensity compared to established residential neighborhoods. The BVRC is further defined as an area that should invite walking with pedestrian orientation and a human scale. And as you can see, the site's located at the northwest edge of the BVRC. And as being part of this area, it's subject to design guidelines that were adopted in 1998. We'll discuss that a little bit more in key issue 3. Then because of the site location within the BVRC and near downtown, it's important to note that it's uniquely surrounded by a significant number and variety of services from retail to office and recreation and schools. And then as a part of the BVRC, there was a connections plan that was adopted that's intent is to improve access mobility through a multimodal grid, among other goals. And for the site itself, the connections plan illustrates a north-south multi-use path and an east-west secondary street on the south side of the site. The site's also in a transit-rich context within a quarter to half mile of dozens of bus stops, and it serves multiple local buses. And then it's also notable that it's within two different regional bus facilities, the one in downtown and the one at Boulder Junction. Site is also highly walkable and bikeable. It's surrounded by on-street bike lanes and within easy access to several multi-use paths, as you can see. And then that's further exemplified with the Transportation Master Plan's walkable access tool that identifies where areas have the best walking access to goods and services. And as you can see, this is in a very prime location for walking. The comp plan land use designation is primarily mixed use residential. As you can see, it's defined predominantly as residential uses with neighborhood scale retail and personal service uses allowed. The zoning is BC2 that's defined as business areas containing retail centers and serving a number of neighborhoods where retail stores predominate. Residential uses are permitted by right. Density is determined by open space per dwelling unit. And you can see from the map contextually, there's residential across Spruce Street, and then regional business uses across Pearl to the south of the site. And then of course the surroundings reflect the zoning. There's retail uses to the east with a grocery store, deli, and other uses. There's a 4-story retail building to the south, along with a marijuana dispensary. Mike's Camera is across Pearl. Across Folsom Street is Greenleaf Park and the Iron Flats mixed use. And the Boulder and White Rock ditch parallels the site on the west. The site itself consists of several warehouse and retail buildings with auto repair, a scooter shop, furniture store, and that thrift shop we talked about. And the northeast corner is 2546 Spruce that was recently surveyed and determined to be eligible for local landmark designation. So then on to the existing site, the applicant's proposing to redevelop the property with residential, consisting of 63 residential units in 2 phases with 16 townhomes and 47 apartments, and have the applicants discussed having on-site permanently affordable units, an exercise room for site residents, a 12-foot north-south multi-use path, and east-west sidewalk connection on into the site, along with roof decks and other open spaces. So then when we drill in a bit more on the first floor, the project plans are illustrated with the parking structure at the ground level, and that's wrapped on the north and east with apartment units. You can see the townhomes on the west side. And as we go up to the second story, you'll note that above the parking structure, there's units that face private roof decks atop the parking structure. And then a third story as well, with the notation that affordable units would be dispersed around the apartment building. And as you can see, the proposal is to have 2 and 3 bedroom units. And again, the intent is to have on-site affordable with units interspersed. The applicant provided architectural precedent images that illustrate contemporary building forms with use of patterned brick and wood. And the applicant also provided massing sketches that illustrate building modulation. For key issue 1, we're looking at uses on the site in relation to the land use. And of course, it's notable that the comp plan land use is different from the zoning. And that may be that it was viewed as a transitional site with the residential that's across the street. Staff noted that to that end, there may be a reasonable argument to be made that while the proposal is solely a residential use, that perhaps the applicant consider some mix of uses on the site as well. And one possibility may be to utilize that building that's identified as eligible for landmark designation. And the applicant could consider ways to incorporate this commercial style building into the redevelopment of the property. Staff acknowledges that in this BVRC context where there's literally millions of square feet of retail in walking distance to the site, another small retail space is probably not important. But the building could be an excellent resource for other uses like a fitness center that exists there today. And it serves a creative opportunity for the applicant. Similarly, the connections plan, as we noted on the south side, presents an opportunity to look at solutions since it also impacts the concept plan. The applicant noted in a response to staff comments that those impacts could result in a loss of 17 units. Which staff notes is about 30% of the units on the site. So given the city's policies that strongly encourage new housing in an area such as this site, particularly near transit, jobs, mixed use, and especially in the BVRC, there may be creative solutions that would avoid a reduction in the number of units on the site. One possibility is for the applicant to consider shifting the building massing so that the connection in that eligible landmark could be possible to be integrated. Given that Appendix J was allowed to sunset this week, a request for a height modification could be applied in a strategically placed 4th story towards the rear and interior of the site near that existing 4-story building on Pearl. In this case, the building mass could shift some of the impacted 17 residential units away from the building and ensure that there's an east-west connection of some sort. There may be other solutions as well, but this is just something staff's offering. And then in terms of key issue 3, the memo presents a preliminary consistency analysis with the guidelines, but in the interest of time, we'll just look at a couple of the guidelines in particular. For concept plan, the massing guidelines recommend building articulation to bring down the mass of the building. And it's evident from the illustrations that the applicant was responding to the guidelines and intends to articulate the building with wall offsets on Folsom and then along Spruce as well in places to step back the top floor of the building. Staff also recommends that the residential context across Spruce Street, with many of the homes having pitched roofs, provides another opportunity to maybe look at pitched roofs on the site, given that residential context on the north. And then just to wrap up, it's important to note that public notification requirements of the land use code were fulfilled and staff received 2 comment letters that are both in your packet. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Have to unmute, and I'm starting our timer to keep us on 10 minutes. Who would like to lead us off? Sarah.
Thanks, Elaine. I actually have, my questions are about the connections plan. The north-south connection, which appears to be mostly a bicycle path, is that correct?
Yeah.
But it's also,
multi-use path.
it's also the driveway into the parking area. if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yep, that's what it looks like. Yep.
Okay. Is there, I wasn't quite sure from reading the material. Is the plan to have that go all the way to Spruce? I mean, I'm sorry, to Pearl, or is it stopping at the middle mark?
Yeah, it extends to Pearl.
Okay. And then the east-west connection, that would, what is that? That would necessarily be sort of an alley kind of road. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. I just
Secondary
wanted to
connection,
understand what
yep.
those were.
Could I continue on that vein? I have, so when you say it goes all the way down to Pearl, actually the cars don't, the cars stop halfway and then the multi-use path continues to Pearl.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my other question would be, if the applicant wanted to entertain a full east-west alleyway, which is the TMP preference, would that mean that we could get, that they could get rid of the north entrance from Spruce and have the only car entrance through that alleyway, or would we still have to have the north entrance for some reason?
You know, I think that's a great question. I don't have an easy answer to, because I'm not the transportation engineer who looked at it, but it's possible that that could be eliminated.
Which might help with the options of where to put housing. Okay, great. Other questions? Clarifying questions for staff. John.
Yeah, just to pursue Sarah's question a little bit, with the combined driveway and multi-use path on the north-south path, what concerns does staff have about combining those paths? Is that something that would require special design character of some type?
You know, it's very possible there'd be some design details to work out, but on the other hand, you know, we have multi-use paths that go adjacent to a variety of streets in town, everything from Arapahoe to other access roads. So it's not unheard of. And it's a fairly short section, so it's unlikely to create a giant impact, but that's a great question for our transportation engineer.
Thank you.
Peter, and then Sarah.
Hi, Elaine, thank you for that. I have a question. I know it's not part of this application, but given our interest lately on holistic planning, what is the status of the Barnsley site on the corner? And what is the city's policy on how this block would come together holistically?
Well, we don't have a little site-specific area plan for this area. My understanding from the property owner to the south is that it's being redeveloped right now as medical marijuana, or not medical, but just a marijuana dispensary. I think it's Half-Baked that's moving from a couple doors down to the site. So it's had some investment in the property and pulled building permits, and it's under remodel.
Okay, so it did change hands. I think I last remember the sign was there. So it changed hands and it has a plan in. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sarah. Oh, and then
Wait, let George go first.
George, you go first.
Yeah, I wanted to understand, do we know more about the architectural significance of the Mecca building? Is there more of a brief than what was included in the packet? I just want to understand a little bit more about that property.
There was an architectural inventory that was prepared, yes, and the conclusion was that it is eligible for local designation.
Okay. Is it significance ranked, or is like how do we bring context to how important or not important the structure is?
Unfortunately, I'm not the best person to answer that question, but staff is recommending that if this moves forward into a site review, that it would become a condition of approval to recommend that it be that an application for landmarking be part of that.
And just to, if it weren't landmarked, and any demolition would have to go in front of the landmarks board, right? Because since it's
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So there's that stopgap as well. Sarah.
Elaine, can you pull up the drawings again? I have a question about the way that east-west connection would enter into Folsom.
Yeah, let me see if I can, all of a sudden it seems like my mouse has gone on the fritz, so.
So if you can't, I'll ask the question. So the bike lanes on Folsom are pretty, obviously they've previously been points of contention, but they are pretty narrow. Thank you. So the idea of this alleyway, it currently in its current incarnation would connect to the north-south road. So therefore the alleyway would there be a curb cut where the alley hits Folsom?
Yeah, there would have to be a curb cut. And I think that there's some challenges with that, of course, given that it's the Boulder and White Rock ditch in that location. So, there are opportunities. The plan does offer opportunities for the applicant to request an amendment. And some of those findings include hardship, so practical hardship or physical hardship. And in the case of the ditch, obviously they would need to create a bridge and bridge over the ditch. So I think there are some hardship aspects to this that could be considered. But I think another point is it's a very walkable area, and maybe this particular connection is more appropriate as a pedestrian connection rather than vehicular, since unlike other areas of town, vehicular access may be a more critical and easily achieved link.
Mhm.
Just some thoughts.
So I'm just wondering, sort of this is sort of off of David's idea, although not exactly the same one, if in fact one could imagine the north-south connection connecting to the east-west connection and having it be one-way street, so that you would come in on the north-south connection off of Spruce, turn east and exit onto 26th Street, so that cars disperse out that way rather than either trying to connect them into Folsom, which has some pretty weird hills and sight lines and stuff. Is that something that we can talk about when we get to our discussion on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, it's concept plan level discussion. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Great, and the process to amend the TCP would have to be followed to do something different, and that gets tab scrutiny as well as planning board. So planning board,
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And council call up. Okay, great. Okay, so that would be something that would follow a process kind of before, I guess, site review. Okay, any other questions? We're at 9 minutes and a half, so we could go ahead and take any additional questions once we've heard from the public. How's that sound? Great, thanks so much. I kind of like this new way of doing things. All right, so with that then, we'll go ahead and move to the applicant presentation. I'm sorry, yeah, I think I almost said, so the applicant presentation for this item. And I think we have on Ali, I think I see Ali Gidfar and Jeff Crawford out there. So go ahead and take it away, whoever wants to take it away.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Elaine, thank you so much for that thorough presentation. I think I'm going to have to cut out a bunch of my comments because you've already covered them, which will be good news for planning board members. Anyway, I just want to point out that Chris Shears is sitting next to me. He and his firm are going to be the architects on this project, Shears Atkins Rockmore. Let me just start by saying hello, planning board and fellow Boulderites. I'm Ali Gitfar, and I'm the developer for this project. My address is 1910 7th Street. I came to Boulder in August of 1977 to attend CU and have been here most of the rest of the time. I'm an architect and practiced architecture for 29 years before focusing my efforts toward developing my own project 7 years ago. I think we can all agree, and based on what Elaine just presented, that this is a fabulous site for housing because of its proximity to grocery stores, of which there are 5 within walking distance, multiple employers, Pearl Street Mall, and all the other great things that are nearby, including the Green Leaf Park, which is across the street. So I just, on this slide, I think you guys are all really familiar with the site. I just wanted to give a little background to what we've been up to. Earlier this year, after we put the property under contract, together with the owner, we met all the tenants and have openly expressed our intentions with them. And we've also offered to help them to find new locations if they need it. Since then, we've been asked by the current owners to refrain from meeting with their tenants just for the time being. Anyway, as a result of those first discussions, Hoshi Motors started to look for space, and they've actually found a space that they can move into on East Pearl early next year. So we're happy about that. I just wanted to also point out the number of curb cuts that are on the block right now. There's 12, and they add up to about 400 plus linear feet of curb cut. I also wanted to mention that across the street, there are a number of multifamily units. Some of them were built purposefully for that, but there's also a series of single family homes that have been converted to multifamily use. And then on the east end of that block, on the other side of the street, there's 3 houses. Well, they look like houses, but they're actually occupied by businesses. So the next slide. So here again, Elaine covered everything so well, so I don't want to spend too much time on here just to save you guys some sleep time. But you can see that what we envision, and this isn't the final version, you'll see the last version on the last slide, is that our intent was to point out that the whole block could end up with just 4 curb cuts and 70 linear feet of curb cuts for that matter. I think everybody understood that for phase 2, the apartment building, the parking lot, the way we'd like to do it is to make sure that you can't see the cars. So they're going to be buried by residential units that reach down to grade. And yes, and we all know that this is a 63 unit project as we hope it will end up being. Next slide. And Elaine also described really well what's happening here. There's rooftop decks for most of the units. And then she also explained that on the 2nd floor of the apartment building, there's outdoor space that will be given over to each of those units that face those spaces. And I think, Chris, would you like to say something about the form of the building here?
Yes, I think that you've all heard me say this before in a concept review. It's always uncomfortable because you're only seeing the mass form and scale. And I just want to emphasize that our objective, of course, is, as Elaine suggested, is to fragment vertically and horizontally the buildings. Obviously, the images you see here are only meant to communicate generally the form of the building. They are not the architectural expression. And the precedent images, I think, are helpful, but really following your comments tonight, we will develop the architectural expression for both phases 1 and 2, and you will see them at site review.
And I think also this particular rooftop image shows how we're trying to make sure that the units have plenty of light and views out as well. So that's why the building has taken this S-shaped form. Next slide, please. I won't dwell on this one. I just want to put this up and remind you that if you need to come back to this, if you have questions, we can always jump back to this slide. Next slide. And this slide also Elaine explained very well. I think that one thing I do want to point out is that we have affordable units in phase one, which is the red buildings. And you can see the dark red are the 3-bed townhomes. Then we have the Pearl Street 2-story apartments. And then there's the pink is the affordable units. And then in phase two, which is the green, that you can see the apartment breakdown on the line below. I do want to point out that the light green units are actually what we're calling compact units. We first started out this project by wanting to have 100% for sale units. And then of course, as you get into it and you understand how expensive it is and difficult it is to build a condominium project for sale, we've had to go back to a for rent model. But as part of that for sale, we're going to have 6 units that were going to be affordable. Moving forward, what we've done is we've kept those units the same size, but they are going to be for rent. That's why on the lower right-hand side, you'll see that we're calling them compact units. The whole point about our approach to this site has been that we wanted to provide a really wide range of unit types and sizes, it's in keeping with what BVCP calls for. And the other important factor for us was to provide units that are good for young families and young couples. So all the units are either 3 bedrooms or 2-bedroom units. So we have 46 3-bedroom units and 17 2-bedroom units. Next slide. Chris, would you like to take over?
Yes, once again, you've seen the plans, but these 2 sections communicate the upper level deck and the location of the parking. And as Ali suggested, the wrapping that parking level, so you really it's not visible from the street. And then furthermore, here's the diagram that represents the vertical and horizontal fragmentation, and then just some very general images of the basic form of the building, the height on the street, the way that the units will address the street, and very conceptual. You'll see this developed in the future. And of course, the precedent images. Let's go to the next one. And then we'll admit that we were surprised, as maybe some of you were, regarding staff's and city's consultants' determination that this building is eligible for local landmarking. And frankly, we've never been aware of the Googie style of architecture. Maybe some of you have. However, given the unknowns associated with the Landmark Preservation Board's review, which would be triggered by an application for demolition, as suggested earlier, the time that this process would consume and our need to proceed with design development, we have decided to incorporate the building into our project, and we do this enthusiastically. We welcome a discussion regarding eligibility if you so wish. And then Elaine covered this, the connection that's shown here in the TCP is obviously important in this discussion. It's our opinion that any connection to Folsom would be dangerous if it were an automobile connection. That curb cut would intersect what I know is a very significant north-south bicycle corridor. And either of the solutions or alternatives that we've looked at have brought us to the conclusion that we don't believe there's any practical reason for either an auto or pedestrian connection. As we like to encourage pedestrians to be on the street on Pearl, frankly, and we believe any pedestrian connection on the south would be unattractive and frankly unsafe. Also, maybe more important than anything, either connection compromises the number of residences that this project can provide. And we've already lost 9 on the corner. We would lose between 17 and 20 or even more, depending on the alternative for that connection. We think the city needs housing more than it needs unnecessary street or pedestrian ways. We also, I just want to emphasize, we need your direction on this. It's extremely important because, as you can imagine, it would be very difficult to proceed with design and site review without having your thoughts.
Thank you, Chris. Elaine also covered these really well, so I won't spend a lot of time on these. These are just tabulations that Chris's office prepared for us just to show what would happen with these various diagrammatic scenarios. Next slide. And then here, I think one thing that I do want to point out that's general to any kind of alleyway that could be a right-of-way is that where it really hurts is that the right-of-way would deduct square footage from the overall site. We estimate that that number would be a little bit less than 15,000 square feet. And the zoning for BC2 requires 1,600 square foot per dwelling unit. And that would immediately take 9 units off the table if that alley was granted and that right-of-way was implemented and that was taken away from the site. Next slide. And here is, we did a quick study of what would happen if we stay with the Mecca building, which is the building in the lower left side of the aerial that you're looking at. It does mean that we lose 6 units, but it is something that certainly we can live with and we're happy to live with. I think we've come around to accept Elaine's and the rest of the staff's recommendations on this. And we can leave this building the way it is, continue its use as it is. And I think it'll be a benefit to the residents on site as well as the neighbors. Let's see, I think we're getting close to the end of our presentation. I think that it's, again, as Chris said, what's really important for us in moving forward. And I think, your words and your thoughts are so important to the rest of what we have to get done, that we look forward to them, especially as related to the alley issue. But also because of this, keeping 2546 Spruce, the Mecca building, what we'd like you to consider and comment on is if you're willing to grant a height modification so that we can make up these lost units that are the result of keeping the Mecca building, and somewhere internal to the block actually have a higher form so that we can make up those units. And with that, I think we're done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chris and Ali, for that presentation. So let's, I'll go ahead and start the timer again. We'll keep ourselves to 10 minutes during this segment for clarifying questions for Ali or Chris. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you so much. So in that last drawing, it looks like the parcel that was originally imagined as the gym might now be units. Is that correct?
Jeff is going to try and get the screen back.
Okay. Yeah, just go back one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, repeat the question.
So when you said you're going to keep the Mecca building and keep its current use is a gym. So I kind of leapt to an assumption that the single parcel that's on Pearl would then, instead of being a gym, which is what you had suggested originally, would now be units.
It could be, or it might be just community space for the site. We haven't really thought about it that deeply. but
And
we're open
and the
to
lobby,
suggestions.
lobby entry would be.
Maybe a lobby entry
Yeah.
too.
A lobby entrance, so it, okay,
There, oh, she's talking about that.
Oh, she's talking about that.
Yeah, no, our, actually, the orange roof building is the Mecca building, and to the right of that is sort of a light blue, and that's intended to represent a lobby. So that's where the apartments would have access, the residents with apartments or their visitors more accurately. The what Sarah was referring to is the building on Pearl Street, where there's 2 units scheduled right now, but we can look at it and see if we can increase instead of 2 to have 3 units that are still good size over there.
okay. It was more a question when you had said the Mecca building was going to continue as in its current form. I think I made an assumption that was not necessarily correct.
Oh, no, that part I think is correct, if I understand you.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
sure.
Okay, Shoji.
Could you just briefly elaborate? You had said something that I thought was interesting, which was originally you had planned this for sale. And now you're planning it for rent because of financial complications and the benefit of going for rent for sale. Could you just, you have to go into deep detail, but I'm curious from your perspective, what you meant by that exactly.
Well, I think the reality set in that, but when you look at for rent product, these guys have to design buildings that are completely a whole level up in terms of construction details. And also the insurance that's required, and every year it becomes worse in terms of cost. And when you put all that together, it just became very difficult to consider that for sale. We were actually quite excited about the for sale model because frankly, we get out quicker, and also we end up with affordable units that are on site that could actually be sold as affordable units. Given this direction we've gone, the input that we got from IH staff is that there aren't enough affordable units in the 45 for it to be attractive or possible for a BHP type of organization to take on and manage. So that's where we're sort of stuck having to pay the IH fees and not have them, quote unquote, be permanently affordable rental on site. So what we've done is at least try to keep those units, the 6 that we had intended to be affordable, we kept them the same size. They haven't changed size at all. And in that perverse way, they're a little more affordable because they're not as big as the other units.
Okay, thanks. That was helpful.
Sure.
John.
Yeah, so just to pursue this line of questioning a little bit further, is phase 1 also intended to be for rent, or would it be for sale?
No, that's for sale. Those are for sale units.
So the 1 or 2 affordable units there would continue as you've initially planned.
Correct. Those would remain as for sale affordable units. Yes.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay. More questions, John?
Okay, another question. I guess you may have addressed it already, but would the parking for the phase 1, is that planned to be in the phase 2 parking garage, or would there?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that. All those townhome units would have parking within their envelope. So they don't have to park in the phase 2. They have their own garages within their buildings.
So the way they would access would be to drive in the driveway and then into the internal courtyard or something, whatever you call it.
Go ahead, Jeff, can you bring that up again? Let's go to page 3, I think, of the presentation.
The plan, ground floor plan.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. This one's good. So, John, do you see where the lone car is on the drive-in from Spruce Street? And then there's a second car just to the left of it, heading towards phase 1. That is the way these townhomes would be accessed with, they would have access with their cars. They drive in and they can turn left or right, going south or north, And that driveway allows them to get into their individual garages under their buildings. And then the 2 units that are on Pearl Street, you drive straight down from Spruce. You have tandem parking directly under that north unit of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Hey. More questions? All right, well, we were able to,
Oh, wait, John.
oh, John, go ahead.
Well, when the opportunity is there, I can't resist. So just to pursue this issue of the east-west transit options along your south boundary there, to what degree would there be some possibility of building an overhang over a pedestrian path going along that way? That sort of split the difference between having public access and also not losing too much floor area for residential purposes.
I think that the benefit of leaving it open to sky is that obviously it'd be a much more pleasant route to walk along, number one. Number two, it would allow us to have planting such as taller trees, elements like that, that would help shield the residential units that are above from the parking lots to the south, so that the people that are living there aren't looking straight into the top of cars next door.
And I think, John, just fundamentally, if you can imagine walking from 26th to Folsom, to your left is really, it's just parking lots. And there's a low wall there. So it's just going to collect trash. And I can't imagine it would be used at night. It just would not be safe. And I can imagine other problems associated with that space, just keeping it clean, maintained, and safe. So we'd rather have the pedestrians on Pearl Street and not in the alley, frankly.
Well, I understand the benefits. I just understand how we can maintain our transportation master plan. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Sarah.
Sorry, it took me a moment to get the unmute to work. Is that north-south connect, I'm sorry, the east-west connection, also the alleyway through which service vehicles would come? I assume that there must be a services and safety component to it.
I can't speak to that part because we didn't really examine it in that way, but just looking at the site plan again, go up one more so that we can see the street level. There it is. Okay. So we had contemplated again, looking at that crooked car in the driveway, just to to 4 o'clock of that car, there's a white box that's supposed to be, no, I'm sorry, the trash room is actually labeled here.
Yeah.
So we're intending that, trash trucks and service, well, trash trucks mainly because they'll be coming in quite often, that they would back in, or however they come in, they can pick up their dumpsters and back out again. So we're expecting services to be delivered that way. In this particular diagram, the lobby is directly under where it says Spruce Street. You see the word lobby. So we're expecting that we would have loading spaces for Amazon, of course, and USPS, et cetera, so that they would come in and park temporarily to drop off mail and boxes and all that. I think, with the new idea of keeping the building on the corner and the lobby being west of that, we would simply shift those functions further east on Spruce Street.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, well, that brings us to 10 minutes of questions. So again, we'll, after the public comment, we'll open the question and answer up for more questions. I assume everybody can stay with us for a few minutes, and everybody wants to hear what the public has to say as well. So with that, let's go ahead and move on then to the public hearing. And thanks again, to Jeff, Chris, and Ali for that. So I'm going to be looking for raised hands on our participants list. We didn't have a pre-sign up for this one, and I'll go ahead and call on people. And for this one, we'll let you go up to 3 minutes. Jean, I guess we'll start with Macon Culls, followed by Kurt Norbeck.
Good evening, Planning Board. This year, during the discussion of the Waterview Spine Road and the Diagonal Plaza concept review, each one of you spoke about the importance of affordable housing and workforce housing, as well as the need for more definition of what workforce housing actually means. All of you want more affordable housing and more attainable or workforce housing. There are many features of our land use regulations that drive up the cost of housing. I listed 11 of them in my email to you at 4 o'clock today. But further driving up the cost of just getting the right to apply for a building permit on this site, on page 10 of the packet, there are 11 different studies in paragraphs A through K that our regulations require the developer to have completed before site review. Completing 11 will certainly cost several $100,000, adding as much as $10,000 to the price of each unit. Now, I'm not advocating that any of these requirements be thrown out, nor could they be. There are good reasons behind each one of these, but each one adds substantially to the per unit cost of construction. This project is before you on concept review, where your power to impact the project is at its zenith. The current number of units permitted on this property and proposed in this application is capped at 27.5 units per acre in the BC2 zone. This planning board can decrease the cost of housing at this site by increasing the number of homes that can be created here. Rezone to MU4, which would be consistent with the comp plan's land use designation. Or 2, you can recommend, as you did at Diagonal Plaza, that the applicant and staff work on a special ordinance that could double the number of new homes on this site. And of course, you can recommend the applicant apply for a height modification since Appendix G just expired. This site is in the heart of a 15-minute neighborhood, across the street from a park, within walking distance of 3 grocery stores, adjacent to hundreds of jobs, and there are abundant bike lanes and bus service right there adjacent to this site. Please respond to our housing crisis by expanding the number of dwellings that will be put on this excellent site. Don't let this project lead with $2.5 to $3 million homes that are 2,400 to 2,600 square feet in size. Instead, encourage this developer to house many more people here in units that are half the size and half the price. Stand up for attainable housing, please. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Macon. All right, so now we'll go on to Kurt Norbeck. And if anyone else wants to speak, please do use the raise hand function. Kurt?
Hi, Kurt Norbeck. Community Cycles had some early comments on this before, when it was just in the early development review stage. And I want to express appreciation to the applicant for straightening out the north-south connection, which originally had a significant jog in it. So that's a big improvement. At this point, I should say I'm speaking for myself. So none of these comments are coming from Community Cycles, they're just for me. So the north-south connection is much straighter, as I said, which is great. I agree with staff's comments, though, that ideally it would be on the east side of the drive lane that's shown, and preferably separated a little bit from that, even by a foot or something seems like it would be beneficial. The main point of contention with regards to transportation seems to be the east-west connection. I agree that it doesn't make sense to have that be a motor vehicle connection, but I definitely think that a pedestrian connection should extend all the way to Folsom. The pedestrian walkway could be 5 feet wide. That would entail narrowing each of those units by a foot. That would give you 8 feet, each of the units to the north of there. That seems like a very easy thing to do, or the entire massing could be pushed north with a setback reduction on the Spruce Street side. It seems like it shouldn't be difficult to get 8 feet of space there for a 5-foot sidewalk and 3 feet of buffer space. So I would strongly encourage the board to request a pedestrian connection all the way to Folsom. I would also request or suggest that the board request a parking reduction. It seems like, given the number of amenities in the vicinity, that less parking would be feasible. And I definitely agree with the previous speaker that that ideally there would definitely be more units and smaller units. It's great to get 2 and 3 bedroom units that are family friendly, but 2 and 3 bedroom units don't need to be 2,400 square feet. And so smaller units and more of them would be ideal. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kurt. All right, next we have Lynn Siegel, followed by Claudia Thiem. Lynn, you can unmute.
No, 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 no. We need our services, okay? Ali, you cannot tell me that this is a great thing for housing. Nope. We don't need more housing in Boulder, because you know what housing does? It demands more services. And you know what more services does? It demands more workers. And you know what those workers can pay for? Lousy amount of rent or to buy something. Low income service workers. That's what housing, that's what low cost housing demands. That's the end for Boulder. Is that Chris Shears that I see? I can't believe it. Is that you, Chris? Is that? Yep, I thought so. Wow, blast from the past. You know, Hill Hotel last, I suppose. Yep. This is not. You know, 21st and Pearl, W.W. Reynolds. I finally traced him down from the assessor's office. You know, there was a bunch of good stuff in there. Richard Freeman Yoga. That's like the fitness center here in Mecca. And you guys dare to ask for forbearances or whatever they called that in Roman history, you know, for graciousness of the city of Boulder. So for height amendments, because you have something that's landmarked on your property. Well, sorry, you own something, you bought it, it's landmarkable and it's going to be landmarked. And I'm going to be there at the landmarks board advocating for it to be landmarked. And you can't ask for special privileges because you bought something that's landmarked. How dare you? How dare you? You know, don't even go there. This, you know what we need in this space? We need MARPA style housing. Sarah, here's where we need a sandbox. There's no sandboxes here, is there, Sarah? Like you requested at MARPA, which is now going to have kids renting bedrooms there and going out to cause hill riots on the time that they're so isolated because they don't even have a friggin' living room to commune with their other friends in their unit. Whereas MARPA had 40 people living together happily. Chris, think about this. Think about a whole new model. Form follows function. Function follows form. Do it. You need to do some MARPA style housing. And you need to have some Richard Freeman Yoga like at 21st and Pearl. And you need to be thinking less of the profiteering that W.W. Reynolds made $7 million from $9 million that he sold the liquor mart for to $16 million. 2 years later, this is outrageous. Stop already with the developers in this town. Stop.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, and next we have Claudia Thiem. Claudia?
Hi, thank you. Good evening, members of Planning Board. My name is Claudia Hansen Thiem. I live in North Boulder. I've enjoyed walking around Central Boulder recently and seeing the housing that we're slowly adding to this predominantly commercial area. And while it's a shame to see institutions like Hoshi Motors and the RS Thrift Shop go, It is a really good location for housing with great access to transportation, jobs, and services. And so I think the relevant questions here are how much housing and for whom. If this board is serious about creating affordable housing in walkable neighborhoods, I would encourage several changes to this concept plan. First, I think we should pass on the marginal landmarking opportunity, which if exercised would cut into the number of homes, both market rate and affordable, that can be built here. Second, let's reconsider the east-west access drive. It seems like an unnecessary strip of pavement that sacrifices potential housing to cars. We should have a finer grained network of streets in Boulder, we know that, but in this case, a pedestrian and bike passage are what we need. Third, let's encourage taller buildings up to 4 stories in the center of this block. It's surrounded by a wide right-of-way and commercial properties on 2 sides and feels like a good location to ask for additional height in exchange for community benefits, namely affordable housing. And finally, let's not be stringent about on-site open space requirements that come with the BC2 zoning. I know that allows you to go down to 400 square feet per housing unit, but other zonings such as MU4, like Macon mentioned, might permit more housing here. Let's think holistically and recognize that some of our open space needs can be met in shared spaces nearby, namely the Greenleaf Park across the street at the Nature Conservancy, and also in spaces like the nearby Goose Creek Greenway and the Mapleton Ball Fields, which are being planned for upgrades. So more housing, less pavement, and a holistic look at the zoning that might be holding us back. That's my advice to the developers and the board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, and that is, those were the number of hands that I saw go up for public comment on this item. So I will, I think I see Janet Heimer has raised her hand. Janet? Go ahead and unmute.
All right, you can hear me now?
Yes.
I'm Janet Heimer. I live in Boulder and have since 1969. I am happy about the site that you're proposing. It looks relatively good to me. Nice planning. And I would like, however, to have more affordable housing on the site. I think that we have had enough of the luxury housing. There's plenty being built right on Folsom there, south and north of that street. So I think that it's more affordable housing is what I would like to see with maybe smaller units. So that's my opinion on that. And I also don't think that you necessarily need to landmark the, I forget the name of that studio there, because it used to be the Big O Tire Shop. I actually would like to see that be more housing. So those are my opinions, and that's really all I have to say. I would like smaller units that are more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. All right. Let's see if we do a last call, if any more hands come up. Otherwise, I don't see anybody at this point. Okay, well, let's go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we'll turn to the applicant, Ali and Chris, and I guess ask if you have any reactions to what we heard from the public, anything you wanted to respond to.
I don't have any comments.
I'm very pleased and happy about the comments that we heard. There were a lot of good supporting comments. I think perhaps Lynn was the one that we didn't get positive comments from, but you know, from Claudia and Janet and Kurt, we appreciate your comments and I've taken notes. Thank you.
And just while we're reacting to the comments, do you have any thoughts on, you know, there were a couple of folks who mentioned different zoning designations that might offer up the opportunity for more housing. as the property owners, do you have any comments on that? Have you thought about that? I know.
We are open to any suggestions, especially if it comes from the board. We are happy to relook at the site, given the opportunity for greater density. That's perfectly fine, and we're happy to jump in and put the time in to study that.
Okay. Thank you.
And related to height, it is related. We hadn't proposed anything beyond a 3-story building, but staff did suggest that that was maybe something that could be discussed this evening. And as Ali said earlier, there are some probably interesting alternatives to add another floor, a mezzanine, a loft space, whatever. We're also interested in some rooftop decks, and relaxing the height just a bit would allow us to access those decks more comfortably. So we don't have any design solutions yet, but it would be nice to have that flexibility.
Great. Okay. Let's see. Peter, I see your hand up. Should we wait until we do the second Q&A round after a break, or does it have to do with the rebuttals of public comment specifically?
Can wait.
Okay, let's hold off and do a round of Q&A after a break before we do our deliberation. So with that, let's see, what time is it? Let's take just 6 minutes and try to be back about 7:28, 7:29. Have a quick stretching break. Thank you. Elaine, if you're still on, maybe we could display the key issues. If you have that handy.
You bet. Sorry, I'm
We're on break, so for another 2 minutes. So.
Yep. I can pop that up. Is that helpful?
Yes, yeah, and then we'll see if people want to leave it up or, but I think we'll just go ahead and drive the discussion with these key issues.
Very good.
I actually had them in a little bit different order, but we'll.
Yeah, and I meant to explain that. The reason I reversed these a little bit is because the one about potentially moving some of the massing to the tall building on the south really relates to preserving that corner building potentially as some sort of different use. So I meant to explain it, but I wanted to be pretty tight with my time.
Okay, so that would be under number 2.
Correct.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, we'll do it in your order then. That's fine.
And if you need me to jump in and explain, I'm happy to.
That's fine. I think it's okay.
Great.
All right. Let's see. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. Back. And there's Lupita. Okay, we're all back. So, so yes, thank you. Elaine has displayed the key issues. But before we, so we'll actually Elaine switched the second and third. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll just go ahead and hit on the key issues in the order that Elaine has put up here. But I guess before we do that, let's reopen question and answer and finish up any other clarifying questions that the board may have for staff or applicant before we discuss the key issues. Are there any more that we haven't hit yet? Sarah.
I actually have a question for staff. What is what is the intent behind the east-west connecting street in TAB's master plan? What is it that TAB was trying to accomplish?
So I believe the intent is to break up the super blocks, but it's not clear. In other words, in this particular connections plan, it doesn't identify the intent for each connection, but overall and in general, it talks about breaking up the super blocks.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. John.
John, you're muted.
Muting.
Sorry. It was brilliant, but you missed it.
We'll never have
I'd be interested in staff's thoughts about what sort of height allowance might be made in the way that would be least disturbing to others in the neighborhood. Do you have any ideas about that?
So, you know, I think the fact that contextually that it's called Cox Corner, it's the 4-story building that's at the corner of 26th and Pearl. I think given the fact that that is there, moving any kind of building massing to that southeast corner or internal to the site, maybe even wrapping into that area where the access road is would be the most appropriate. And again, when we look at the context across the street with the residential, we want to be sensitive to that context. So again, it seems like a tailor-made opportunity to move the massing to that southeast corner of the site. Does that help?
Very much. Thank you.
All right. Is everybody okay with those key issues displayed? Can you see everybody okay? Great. I know that sometimes, okay, go ahead, John. Question.
Yeah, another question. I'd be, if the path along the south side of this property were to be a pedestrian path, what is the difference in width that would be required for that purpose as opposed to, for example, a single way auto path or a bike path?
So alleyways are typically 20 feet, walkways 5 feet, but we would assume that you would need a little bit of dimension on either side of that for maintenance. So, you know, we're talking about an order of magnitude, maybe 3 to 4 times the dimension between a sidewalk and a roadway or access, the secondary access as is identified on the plan.
Thank you.
Sarah.
It's a question for Elaine again. So I'm still thinking about the super blocks, and I thinking about to sort of incorporates Peter's question about thinking about the entire area. The block to the east of this particular area is a shopping area, and there's a parking lot which you wouldn't necessarily want to walk through. But I'm curious if the ultimate intention is that the next block over, the block east of this one, would also have an east-west connection that would somehow pop out into 28th Street?
Let's go to that.
I'm sorry, 27th Street.
Yeah, I think that's what's being illustrated there. Having that connect up at some point.
But it would be, okay. Because when I think of the super blocks, I tend not to think of the internal scale, but the walking scale on the edges of the block and the length of the block when you're walking on a street. So to me, the north-south breaking up of the super block seems more important than, at least in terms of the super block issue, than the east-west road. But that's just my position, my point of view on it right now.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions before we start on discussing on key issues? All right. Great. Okay, well, the first key issue then is, are the planned uses on the site consistent with the land use designations for mixed use residential, general business, and mixed use business? So here we can talk about land use, zoning, I guess, and all of the pretty much the proposal in general. So anyone want to kick us off on that? And then concept review, we oftentimes just kind of give everybody a chance to weigh in and just throw out ideas, and we see how much the board kind of agrees. So who wants to go first?
Start.
Yeah, you want to go, Sarah? Go ahead.
Yeah, so first, I really appreciate the applicant's willingness to consider the landmark designation for that building. I personally would not have thought of it as a landmark, but as a landmarkable building. But it's an interesting shape, and it is eye-catching, and I appreciate that you have tried to incorporate it into your plans. So I really appreciate that. And I also feel like when we talk about, I don't know who it was who said that this site is near 1 million square feet of retail, but it's a certain kind of retail in the sense that it's a big, huge shopping malls. And we talk quite a bit about 15-minute neighborhoods. And I realize we don't know what's going to go on the south side of this block, but it's nice to imagine that there will be this sort of corner something that might be a gym, it might be a coffee shop, it might be something. And I think that's that could be a very nice addition to the neighborhood.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Peter and then John.
I agree. I agree with Sarah. I really like how it holds that corner and sets it back. And I'm would like to know more about the added height to make up for that, and then how that added height, pardon me if it's was covered in detail somewhere else, how that added height could be earmarked just for affordable. But I like the feeling that corner. I like how that building was redone, that the one in question, and cleaned up, and I am a fan of that, and I'm proud that they are going for that. And I hope that we can find a way to make up for some of those units and make up for them in a way that speaks more to Megan's points in general and Claudia's.
Thank you, Peter. I think John and then Georgie.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is, these planned uses are consistent with the land use designations in the comp plan. And I think this is a reasonable project to move ahead. I am more of a fan of landmarking that building apparently than Sarah. I think it's a very attractive building, and I'm very happy that the applicant is expecting to keep it and make use of it and make sure it continues to be attractive. I am also open to the concept of increased height along the south side of the project, and perhaps the east side as well. I would also very much like to keep that element of the transportation master plan breaking up the super block along the south side, having a path, at least a pedestrian path, if not a service access point for the building itself. That's what I have to say at this point.
Great, and I think we'll be in number 3, really digging into that connection thing. I think that falls under number 3, so we'll probably be, I think more people will be weighing in on that as well. Georgie.
I agree with John that I think it is consistent with land use designations here. I have a slightly different view than I think Peter does in regards to that building. More along the lines of John, I think that that building is contributing from my perspective. I think it's great that the developer is considering keeping it. I'm not, similar to John, I'm not necessarily opposed to additional height in the right places for this project. But I do make the distinction that I don't believe that height makes up for a landmarkable building. I think that landmarkable building, to kind of Lynn's point when she spoke, it is kind of what it is. And so I don't like the idea of the concept of a makeup. But I do think that there is an opportunity for additional height, especially focused on community benefit around affordable housing. But I just wanted to make that distinction from my perspective, because I think as a developer myself, when you get into a property that has a landmarkable building, it kind of is what it is. And if it was to go forward, I just think I want to separate those a bit. So, but other than that, I generally like the direction of the project. Thank you.
Great. And Lupita, did you want to go before I do, or shall I go next? on key
How much
issue
time
one.
do I have?
Oh, we aren't actually limiting time on the key issues discussion. We're not timing ourselves on that. So
Okay. So just to keep it very brief, I would like to see a way to increase the number of units some way. I do like the idea of the landmarking. If it's kept, I think, faithful to what the design is. But yeah, I do think there's some way it would be kind of nice to see about increasing the number. If that is possible, it's nothing critical. But yeah, that's about it.
great, thank you, Lupita. Okay, well, I will echo a lot of what my colleague said. I think it's a great site for this development project. I think that it does conform to the land use designation, and it works well within the zoning. I think there were some interesting ideas. It is kind of a heavy lift sometimes to rezone for a project. So I think that it's interesting to think of maybe a slightly higher density residential designation that would give more flexibility. But I also understand that doing an ordinance to create a path forward for you may be a heavy lift. So I think you've done a really good job of working with the BC2 designation. BC2 does encourage ground floor commercial use. So I would like to say that I think it's appropriate to not require that on these particular blocks, because I think that there's plenty of commercial nearby, and it's important to get as much residential as makes sense out of this project. I absolutely love the idea of preserving the landmark building, especially if we and I don't mean this necessarily as like a trade, trying to horse trade or anything, Georgie, and I understand your point of view on that, but it does make me feel better because of the community concerned around getting as much housing as we can, to know that the board seems to be pretty open to building higher in parts of this and other creative ways to try to get as much residential as we can. But the landmark building is really cool. It's the kind of thing that just kind of adds character to the block and creates a tie-in with the past. And it's the kind of thing that you would see on the corner in a Nashville, Tennessee or something, just these really cool towns that have lovely blocks with kind of cool little things interspersed with the new development. So I think that it's worth being creative to preserve that building as well. So I think that we've heard pretty good support from the board on that. Excellent. So with that, let's go on to key issue 2. Oh, Sarah?
I just want to make a comment that has to do with some of the comments that were made about increasing the amount of permanent affordable housing on site. Just a reminder that permanent affordable housing is not part of the site review criteria, and that although we all want more permanently affordable housing, it is ultimately not in our purview, and so it's kind of not. We're all speaking to it because it matters to all of us, but it's actually not ultimately a criteria for site review. And so we need to just remember that and not think that we're necessarily getting X for Y, because that's not up to us. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for that reminder, Sarah. That's great. John? Another...
Yeah, just to follow up on that, we've been disappointed a couple times in the past with promises of on-site permanent affordable housing that didn't materialize, and we didn't have much control about it. So I just want to underline Sarah's point there.
And even though it isn't a criteria thing that we can necessarily make a criteria-based decision on, we can always state our opinions, which we do sometimes. And we all love to see maximal on-site affordability on every project that we look at. I think I can say for the board. So with that, let's go to key issue number 2. Does the concept plan, oh, I'm sorry. Are there considerations or recommendations for the concept plan to progress to site review? So any considerations, and let's save the connection stuff for the third one. So other than connections, are there any additional things people would like to comment on? Georgie.
Yeah, I thought staff's recommendation around the pitched form across the street from the residential, I think made a lot of sense to me. And I think I see that perspective. And so I'd encourage the applicant the next time around to consider looking at that street a little bit more closely across from them and seeing how it perhaps could marry up a little bit more cohesively.
Sarah?
I concur with what George said. And I think the way staff put it was that the Spruce Street frontage could defer to the existing context of historic 2-story homes to the north. And I agree with that. In whatever manner that could happen, whether that's some of it is height or pushing back the height to the middle of the space. Also agree with staff concerns about a solar shadow, which you'll just have to figure out as you do your development, your design work. And then staff also had a comment that I completely agree with, which is some complaints or concerns that have emerged in public discussions regarding the multifamily form that's currently emerging all over town, not all over town, but around town, which are these sort of boxy lines of condos. There's some just down the block on Folsom at Folsom and Walnut, I think. And I know that Chris made the point that the design right now is not at all set in stone, but it would be nice as you consider your design to try to break out of the sort of single eye on the first floor, single eye on the second floor that we tend to be seeing an awful lot of in town, just to get something that looks a little different in the condo buildings.
Great. Who wants to go next on key issue 2? John.
Well, I agree with what Sarah and George have said. No contradictions there. I'd also like to make the point that there's been a lot of concern about providing missing middle housing in Boulder. And to some extent, this is what missing middle housing is. And so I think that what's being proposed here is reasonable from that point of view.
Great. All right. Anyone else? I could go next, I guess. I think those are really great points that everyone just made. And I do think that flexibility with where the height can go can help with, oh yeah, Lupita, I'll come to you next after I finish. The flexibility of where the height can go can help with that kind of breaking up the, the monotony. I hate to use a negative term, but and we're just looking at kind of concepts right now, but I think that we all look at breaking up the facades so that that flexibility and height can certainly help. Yeah, gosh, I feel like there was another. Oh, I know. I just wonder if how this is a pretty prominent place in town, and we are kind of talking a lot about the design. I wonder if Design Advisory Board would want to take a look at this and offer up some, if that would be an added value for this particular project. So I guess I know that we can recommend it as a board. We don't often do that, but DAB might be a real value add to this. So I'll just throw that out there. Lupita, sorry if I usually try to let everybody go before me.
I have a little hard time going back and forth between the windows I've opened. I just wanted to make a comment because I thought about that earlier, and thank you, John, for reminding me. I was actually very pleased to see the number of units that dealt with, well, not dealt, but they had 3 or 2 bedrooms, which got me thinking about this middle income. So I pulled out the housing study, and I thought, when I get a chance, I like to ask directly to the staff whether, well, actually the staff and the developer in particular, whether they had consulted with that study and put it to use. I just wanted to know if, since we have discussions about this topic multiple times in the past, it will be interesting to know if that was one of the sources of information that they consulted to come up with the breakdown on the housing that they're proposing.
Ali, did you want to weigh in on that question?
Sure. To be honest, no. I've just looked at a lot of projects that have been coming on, and all of them seem to be building these 1-bedroom efficiencies. And how many of those do we need? I think that we just have to push it the other way and try and meet the needs of the city. So I'll look it up.
Well, thank you, because I think we've been trying to make that case and trying to use that evidence in the past, and it somehow has been forgotten. So I was, like I said, very pleased to see that you kind of came to the same conclusion. And so whether you consulted it or not, it's a good thing that you've done. So I appreciate it.
I will now.
And just to be clear, are you talking about, I think it was the 2016, is that the year that study came out? Sarah knows for sure. Okay, I see a nod. So just for the record, the study that looked at desires of various populations. Peter, did you want to weigh in on the second one, or you?
I like the comments that are made. My main point comes down to how additional height is achieved. I heard talk of decks, and I'm curious about when it's all said and done, going back to something that Crystal Gray said frequently about the mechanicals on the roof and those things. And I want to stay sensitive to that as they go into site review. I don't know how soon you'll be coming back, and how relevant my comments will be to your consideration at that point. But and I don't know if this is the time and place, but the open space, a commenter brought up the concept of open space that was adjacent and how that can play into this, even if it isn't formally acknowledged. It goes, I guess, back to the first point I made of holistically understanding this whole area and seeing more of that in site review, perhaps.
Sorry, is that a question for us? Comment?
Yep, I think that was just a comment, right? To take with you. And
Sorry, comment for the record for when you're coming back to site review.
Okay, I couldn't, the line was bad, so we didn't hear most of it. Hopefully, when we replay, we'll be able to understand.
And I think Peter was also touching on open space, and I will, I did hear a member of the public mention the sandbox, and a little playground for the kids in one of these little corners would be kind of cool.
Sure.
All right. Well, cool. Georgie.
Yeah, I want to echo a little bit more about what Lupita and John said around missing middle housing. And I would encourage the applicant and appreciate your response when you do come back, framing it in the context of that, and really understanding your perspective of how this project might serve that area of what we're looking for in planning, I think would be extremely helpful and appreciated. So I would just want to put that out as encouragement, because I think the direction seems, to Lupita's point, it's one of those things that we haven't seen all that often, and it appears like this project might be a good fit for explaining on how that housing might serve that category.
Great point. Thank you. All right. So now we're on to then key issue 3, which was key issue 2 before. Does the concept plan preliminarily meet the BVRC design guidelines and connections plan? So here we can dive into the east-west issue and all those kinds of things. So does anyone want to kick us off on that one? John?
Well, I have 2 major points. One is that I do think that east-west connection is important. And it doesn't have to be necessarily for motor vehicles, but I think pedestrian and bicycle access along there is important. And it is an objective to break up these super blocks that we're working with. And we have an opportunity here that we should not lose. Again, I'm willing to consider, additional height at the same time, but I do think that connection is important. The other thing I wanted to just mention is that I noticed that you are not intending to cover up the Boulder and White Rock ditch that goes along the Folsom frontage. And for that, I agree with a lot. I think that is a real aesthetic amenity. And I think that Boulder is served well by keeping it open, and that the fact that you intend to do so, I appreciate.
Great, thank you, John. Anyone want to go next? Sarah?
So I really appreciate the presentations of both staff and the applicant in terms of, essentially the struggle over what to do with that east-west connection. I don't have a strong opinion because I don't know enough about all the pieces that have to go into it, except that I agree with the applicant that connecting to Folsom with a vehicular connection would not be a good idea. And that, so figuring out I don't know what to do up to that point, but I definitely don't think it should be a through street that cars would use to turn north onto Folsom. I do think it's important to have the north-south connection completed. But at the same time, I'm a little concerned about the safety of the bike path usage next to what will be the driveway for the development. And I think it was Kurt who talked about making sure those were going to be physically separated. And I think that's very, very important. Also, I think that figuring out a way to control traffic use not control, that's the wrong word, but to mitigate traffic impacts on Spruce and on the Spruce block that you'll be fronting on is a valuable thing to try to keep in mind, since it it'll be now a bigger residential neighborhood, and trying to keep traffic flow down would be great.
Great, thank you, Sarah. I can go next if I don't see a hand go up. All right, well, great comments. I also, I think that this kind of, there is an idea to bring tab representation onto concept reviews strategically. And here's one where having a tab member in the room, like as an ex officio, would kind of be interesting, wouldn't it? But I also feel that, well, I really like reducing the number of curb cuts dramatically with this project. That's a huge benefit. So I am warm to looking at alternatives to what the Transportation Master Plan says right now. And there is a process for that, and that is to amend the TCP and have it go under that scrutiny. So far, I hear from the board members that we've heard from that planning board might be pretty warm to that. So I think certainly discussions with the transportation department can help you all understand what kind of support you can get from the transportation side of things. I tend to agree that it would be nice to have the walking path go all the way through to Folsom if it doesn't upset the plans too much, because you know, that's kind of a nice little way to get over to Folsom rather than having to cut over to Pearl or Spruce. So that certainly seems like a reasonable thing, and I kind of agree with John on that. Let me see the oh, I did see also that improvement in the diagrams. I saw improvements to the street treatment for pedestrians and bikes and parking on Spruce, which I think is great, because this is an opportunity to improve that. Right now, there's, I think, diagonal in parking that may or not be, it probably isn't the right thing going forward. I would support a parking reduction. I don't think that was really discussed at the concept review, but I think this is a site that's very close to good transit corridors, and I think that de-emphasizing parking to some extent, to the extent that we think that will serve the residents of this community, would be totally appropriate. Yeah, and I kind of like what I'm hearing about, well, no, that goes back to a previous point, so I'll just, in the interest of time, leave it at that. Anyone else want to? Yeah, Sarah.
I just want to respond to that parking reduction comment. I think parking reductions sometimes ignore the fact that even if people live in a close in neighborhood and don't use their cars very much, they like to have a car, and that it is a selling and renting point for people. And I think, you know, the applicant has talked about although financials are not part of our portfolio, the applicant has talked about the complicated financing of financials of a project like this. So I think we'd want to take into account how people actually use their cars in Boulder, and not just, especially given the project we're going to be talking about later today. If you reduce parking too much, it can end up being a huge challenge, a difficult obstacle for the developer. And I just want us to be aware of that.
Okay. Anyone who hasn't spoken on the Boulder Valley Regional Center or Transportation BVRC Design Guidelines and Connections Plan, want to speak on that? It's not necessary to weigh in on every subject, I guess. All right. Oh, John, go ahead.
So I just want to say explicitly that I think staff's recommendations were excellent, and I can't think of a single one that I disagree with. So that's just a vote of support for that also.
Great.
I agree, as much as I will miss my thrifting addiction and the memories going back to the late 90s at Aries, where one of my housemates worked back then. It's nice to see such a good looking project with a lot of conscientious design and planning.
And it's nice to know that there's a path forward for Hoshi Motors, which has been a loved business. I think a woman-owned business that's been around for a long time. So that's great. All right. Well, if I don't see any more hands go up, you know, we don't really, you know, so we used to summarize concept reviews, but it seems like you've kind of, I think you've gotten a pretty good feel for where the board has come down on this. I think we've gotten a lot of positive feedback. Any last words for us? Any questions? Does this help?
I just wanted to first thank Elaine for doing such a fantastic job in steering us to this position. Thank you, Lane. And also all of you for the time that you spent and the thoughtful comments that you've given us is very helpful. Appreciate it very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, and I'll also add my thanks to Elaine, and I guess with that, this will close item 5A, the concept review. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll be going on to item 5B now, and I guess we had a break a half hour ago, so I think we can kind of push on. So item 5B is for the planning board to consider a recommendation to city council regarding ordinance 8484 amending appendix L form-based code areas and appendix M for form-based code to title 9, creating a form-based code for Alpine Balsam area and setting forth related details. We're considering initiating a general vision to the city's zoning map, which forms part of Title 9, and a recommendation to City Council regarding Ordinance 8485. So we have two ordinances in front of us to adopt a general revision of the city's zoning map consistent with the land use designation changes adopted in the 2020 midterm update to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. And finally, consider approval of amendments to the Alpine Balsam Area Plan Connections Plan to be consistent with the proposed Appendix M form-based code regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area. So those are the areas. This item is legislative, so we don't necessarily have to disclose all the ex parte communications, but does anyone have any potential conflicts of interest that they would like to disclose before we get started? Georgian.
Yeah, so I've attended, prior to my time on planning board, I attended several city and neighborhood meetings around the project. My residence is not adjacent to this, but is a few blocks away. The project is not in sight of my residence. I don't believe that any development outcome will really negatively impact me, but I also reviewed it with Hella to make sure that I followed her guidance and talk through if this ex parte was conflicting. But through that process, I can represent that I'm fully confident and capable of conducting my duties as a planning board member in regards to doing the best for the entire Boulder community without any conflict of personal interests. So I wanted to put that out there to make sure people heard that.
Good. Thank you. And I don't see Hella turning on the video, so I assume unless you have anything else to ask on that, we can move forward. Anyone else have any disclosures that they'd like to make? All right. Well, great. So, well, with that, we have Jean and Charles here, and Jay as well. So I'll let you all kick it off.
All right, thanks so much. I'll turn it over to Jay Subnet this evening, or is it Jean? Are you kicking us off this evening?
I'm going to kick us off, Charles.
Apologize. Jean
That's
got
right.
it. Get away.
Wonderful. Okay, good evening. We are here tonight to take the next step to implement changes to the Boulder from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan that were adopted as part of the midterm update. There are several small rezonings that resulted from the land use changes suggested as part of the public application process. And we'll present the draft proposed form-based code for Alpine Balsam to implement and deliver on the promises and goals of the area plan.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I'll just for the public, the staff presentation and our Q&A should go for about an hour max. So just so you know, we'll be probably starting the public comment around 9 p.m. Thanks, Dean. I just wanted to make sure the public knew that.
No problem. Thanks, David. That's good. Because I'm sure folks, we're super excited to share this proposed zoning with you. And I think this is exciting for even, people that aren't planning nerds and like zoning. This is really that direct implementation path to see the progression from our comp plan the long analysis, community engagement, and compromise that occurred to result in the adopted area plan, and that this draft code directly reflects the urban design, land use, connections, and those elements of the area plan. Our presentation will probably be about 20 minutes because we want to be sure to fully explain and emphasize all the important elements of these changes. Jay Sugnet and our consultant, Leslie I can't say your last name, Leslie, I'm so sorry. Oberholzer will present a bunch on this. So David mentioned the 3 suggested motions, revision to the city zoning map, the recommendation to City Council for adoption of changes to the existing form-based code areas that create the form-based code for the city-owned areas of Alpine Balsam, and to approve the minor revisions to the Alpine Balsam Connections Plan to be consistent with the form-based code regulating plan. Jay, here we go. Yeah, let's move on to this slide. And let me move this over. So how we got here. We conducted the midterm update last year, and that scope was pretty narrow, focusing only on implementing the changes that had been adopted through area plans or master plans since the 2017 adoption of the major update. There were also a limited number of land use changes that were considered through the public application process. The council and the planning board adopted the midterm update changes last December, and the county bodies approved those handful of 4-body changes earlier this year. How we got here with Alpine Balsam, you can do the next slide, Jay. The Alpine Balsam area plan process occurred between May 2018 and resulted in the adoption of the plan in the fall of 2019. The process included 4 phases of engagement. Hundreds of community members participated. We hosted a wide range of venues, including small focus groups, walking tours, open houses, went to lots of meetings with neighbors, and had online information and questions. The planning board, the housing advisory board, the transportation advisory board, and the city council shaped that final plan, responding to the goals for the area plan and also the concerns of the community members. More recently, with the form-based code engagement, this spring we shared the draft code with community members and sought their feedback. This is pretty technical information, so we hosted a virtual meeting to describe the purpose of the draft code and how it will implement the plan. We developed a short version to be easier to understand, and we also shared the full code for those that really wanted to dig in deep. People could come to office hours to ask questions and share their feedback, and we asked for feedback on the Be Heard Boulder platform. That information is included in your materials. There was quite a lot of feedback on Be Heard Boulder. Some of the feedback expressed opposition to key aspects of the plan and not necessarily the form-based code. It was, we found it really unfortunate that more folks either weren't able to attend the meetings or understand the code direction and the materials to really digest and better understand how all of these aspects of housing, building types, open spaces, connections, and the other elements of the plan are aimed at really making this a very livable and attractive redevelopment. So the feedback from those who reviewed the draft code was generally supportive. We heard some comments and suggestions that resulted in revisions, and the draft was refined to ensure that a lot of these details were addressed. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay Sugnet and Leslie.
Jay, you're muted.
Embarrassing. Good evening. Thank you, Jean. My name is Jay Sugnet with Housing and Human Services at the City of Boulder. So I'm going to talk about the rezoning. So this is one ordinance for Planning Board to consider. There are, and this is fairly typical. So for each comprehensive plan update that we do, we typically as a city will 6 to 8 months later follow on with a comprehensive rezoning to make sure that the zoning map reflects the actual policy in our land use designation map. So these are the properties. There are basically 4, and I'll go through each one of those very quickly. The first one is Alpine Balsam. So this was initiated by the city of Boulder as a city property owner. So it's only for the city-owned properties, to be clear. The request was to change the land use designation from public to both mixed-use business and high-density residential. So the brown is the high-density residential. A portion would remain public, or did remain public, where the pavilion building will go, and I'll talk more about that later. And the rationale was that it was consistent with the BVCP policies as well as the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. So none of this should be terribly surprising. So again, we're just implementing existing policy. So to do that, we are recommending a zone change from public to high density residential 7, as well as mixed use 4. And the bulk of the property in this is the RH7, and the northeast is the mixed use 4. And again, similar, it aligns with the Alpine Balsam Area Plan, as well as the land use designation that was approved last year. So the second one, Odell Place, you might recall this. This was initiated by the city of Boulder on behalf of Boulder Housing Partners. Boulder Housing Partners had a purchase agreement for this property contingent upon a land use designation change. The request was from mixed use industrial to high density residential. That was approved. And the reason it was approved, it was again consistent with the BVCP policies. It also helps support the city's housing goals. In particular, this would be a 100% permanently affordable project. BHP is currently land banking it and would develop it when they have resources available to do so. But it also supports or aligns with the Gun Barrel Community Center plan, which envisioned that area as a mix of residential and compatible light industrial uses. So the recommended zoning change for planning board consideration is a change from general industrial to residential high 5. So again, consistent with the BVCP plan, the land use designation. The reason why RH5 was chosen was to align it with the zoning just due north of the site. And then the next one was initiated by the property owner. So this was kind of an unusual site. This was a request for a change from medium density residential to traditional business. And then again, same rationale. And the additional rationale was it provides a better transition, that zoning is more appropriate for the site. It provides that transition to the north and multifamily residential. But most importantly, it aligns with the current uses on the site, which are basically several office buildings. So the change that's being recommended for to planning board and city council is change from general industrial to business transitional 1. Again, it's consistent with the BVCP land use designation, and it reflects those existing office uses and the intent for those uses to remain into the future. So the final one is Hillside. So this was initiated by the property owners. There are a number of residential property owners, single family, who have either public zoning on a portion of their property or high density residential. So what we're doing, the request was to correct for those split land use designations. That was approved. It corrects those mapping areas and again aligns with the BVCP policies. And this is what it looks like. You can see each individual parcel in pink and the change from for each of those to make them consistent. Again, they're mostly going back to single family residential RL2. And there is one parcel that would be changing from RL2 to public. Basically, that is a piece of property that's owned by the university and is likely to remain as part of the university. So that is the rezoning, and I'm going to jump into Alpine Balsam. So I think everybody's familiar with Alpine Balsam, the orientation, and the history. But just keep in mind, so Alpine Balsam was looked at in this larger context of the civic downtown core, the county services provided up north in Broadway and Iris. So as Jean talked about, that the area plan was launched as an effort to do more of a systematic planning approach to the site. So a little bit of history, just a bit of a reminder. Back in 2015 is when the city purchased the site. And just to be clear, what we're talking about tonight is very specific to the property between Broadway and 9th, Alpine and Balsam, and does not include these two privately owned parcels in the southwest, and it does not include the other city parcels to the south. So back in 2016, 2017, the vision plan was adopted. That really guided all of the work in terms of the area plan. And then between 2018 around 2019, Boulder Community Hospital moved out. The area plan was accepted by council and planning board. The Brenton building was renovated and new city office spaces moved in there. You can see the yellow star there. And then we're in this sort of implementation phase. So, and the whole purpose of this phase is to realize that vision and make sure it's in alignment with not only the comp plan, but also the area plan, as Jean talked about. So there's a bit of other stuff that's going on with this site. It's not directly related to what you're considering, but it's important context that I just wanted to share. So the hospital deconstruction, I think you're all have seen this. So the interior deconstruction is complete. That was completed last year. The exterior is underway and should be completed sometime in 2022. And it's really fascinating if you haven't heard about that. Every piece of material that's been removed from that site has been weighed, categorized. Is it being reused? Is it being recycled? Is it going to the landfill? Extraordinary effort went into the very thoughtful deconstruction of the building. The energy strategy, fascinating. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but the whole purpose of that was to look at, well, can we pursue district energy for this entire block? And the really encouraging thing was that not only is it feasible to achieve net zero or very close to net zero, but it's actually economically feasible as well. The regulatory changes, as we've been talking about, the 2020, the land use changes, those were made last December. And what we're doing right now is creating that sort of regulatory framework to implement that policy. But there's
Jay, your voice cuts off. I don't know if there's any way you can move just a little closer to the microphone. It's just cutting off every once in a while.
That happened last time too, and I'll try to be right on top of the screen. How's that?
That seems to be helping. Great.
Okay. And then, but as I said, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. The access and mobility implementation, that will start this year, continue into next year, really delving deeply into how do we make all these transportation connections work? How do we explore the idea of a parking and access district? So that work will continue. And then the flood mitigation. A lot of the design work has been completed and we are submitting for permits from FEMA to basically be able to allow us to begin construction in 2022. And of course, that has to happen in conjunction with the deconstruction of the hospital because the Greenway is also part of where the hospital is today. So a little bit on the Western City campus. So again, a little bit more background. The idea that city services and city buildings have been scattered throughout the city for quite some time. So part of the motivation of purchasing this site, if you recall back in 2015, was consolidating a lot of city services and city staff into this pavilion building. So a lot of work has gone into programming and design. The pandemic has really sort of shifted how we think about how city staff are going to work and interact with the public, how we provide important services. But that work will continue into next year and the following. And then permitting, construction, and potentially occupancy as early as 2025. And then just to give you a sense of the schedule, we are actually doing quite well in staying on schedule. And it's just to emphasize, all these things are interrelated. So it's kind of like this big complicated puzzle that is actually kind of interesting to make sure all the pieces align as we move forward. All right, so the area plan elements. So I am going to spend quite a bit of time here because I think it's important to remember exactly what the area plan talks about, because the form-based code, the regulating plan, the things that Leslie is going to go into in more detail are derived directly from the area plan. So we'll go quickly piece by piece. So the access and mobility recap. So if everyone remembers the greenway, that flood conveyance that's going to run east-west along Balsam. There's a new 11th Street, as well as additional pedestrian connections along the greenway through the center, also along what would be basically the 10th Street alignment. There is a mobility hub. So the idea of providing, bike, car share, pickup, sort of that first and last mile to help us achieve some of our mobility and access goals. And then there's also the shared parking structure. So again, the area plan was very specific, talked about how the vast majority of the site, with the exception of that northwestern parcel, would utilize, as well as the pavilion building, would use that existing parking structure. The east block, so again, the pavilion, but I think a really interesting component is this new urban plaza that would be designed, built, and designed by the city. That would be sort of an amenity for the entire community, and also the larger development. There is also this idea of a flex use or flex space in the northeastern corner. And that was to allow for that sort of future mixed use. And right now, there are some discussions going on about potentially locating a senior center there in Agewell West for older adults. And there would have to be obviously a public process for that. But that is a very intriguing idea, and also potentially having housing specifically for older adults in the upper floors that would be also potentially permanently affordable. All right, so that middle block, so the high density housing, these are 3-story stacked flats on that northern portion of the block. The southern central it was flex use when there were discussions about the county potentially occupying that space. Since the area plan, I think most of you are familiar, there was a working group that decided that the county locating there would require significantly more parking than was available on the site. So they determined that that would not happen. And so now the idea is that would be high density housing or potentially 4-story stacked flats. And then that western site, that northwestern section, this is where there was a lot of interest in 2- to 3-story townhomes. So it aligns well with the high density housing one. So that, again, that's all the uses combined. And just to recap, so the idea of the balance of land uses to help achieve sort of that city facilities consolidation, along with affordable housing, significant improvements to the public realm, access and mobility, and we'll talk a lot more about that. And really this focus on a diversity of housing types. So not just size of units, but ownership versus rental, families, older adults, single people. And the clear message that we've gotten from council, as well as all of our advisory boards, that there really needs to be an emphasis on a high percentage of permanently affordable housing And we are very excited to figure out how to best provide that. So the adopted area plan, this was something we had to remind the community as they were participating in this. Heights were determined by the area plan. So the area plan specifically talked about how many stories. You'll see this reflected in the form-based code. But again, the idea was that the taller buildings would be along Alpine and Broadway and then taper down towards the park, and as well as the single family neighborhoods to the north. So form-based code. I want to just talk a little bit about this before turning it over to Leslie. So we evaluated, different approaches. We looked at traditional zoning, we looked at form-based code, and we did receive feedback from both City Council and Planning Board to pursue form-based code to provide some more predictable results. And I think it's important to describe a little bit more about what it is. So form-based code is really, it's organized by building form rather than use. So if you think about traditional zoning, it's really about how many dwelling units per acre, how much open space are you providing. And the form-based code is really more about urban design and how that building relates to the public, and more specifically, the pedestrian on the street. So it's significantly more prescriptive in terms of the design regulations. And the overall intent is to provide that more predictable results with a focus on that high quality public realm. Like I said, that urban design piece. So form-based code has been applied elsewhere in the city. So Leslie also helped us develop form-based code for Boulder Junction. It was the initial pilot, and as you can see, these buildings have come out of the ground just recently. If you haven't been to 30 Pearl, I would encourage you to go take a look. Landscaping is going in just this week, so it's going to look very different very soon. And just a little bit of history. So if you recall, back in 2015, there was a lot of community discussion and dialogue, concern about the quality of urban design. The city started this design excellence initiative. We hired a consultant to come in, Victor Dover, and he really helped with a community conversation to better understand what makes good design. What is it that people don't like about the design in Boulder? How can we improve it? And what he recommended was to consider form-based code. And he was very clear, form-based code is not appropriate everywhere. It really, you want to do it in a place where you've had an extensive community conversation around the really important pieces, like height, like form, like bulk. And that way you can develop a form-based code and get to a lot more detail than you would normally through traditional zoning. The interesting thing, or what we learned from 30 Pearl, is that there are significantly more prescriptive design requirements. So the submittal requirements are significantly more. It does increase some upfront costs for the developer. But overall, I think what we heard is that the way that it provides more certainty and reduces the overall risk of the project makes those upfront costs more acceptable. And I think what we've also heard is it does provide the community with a more predictable built result, and it focuses on that high quality public realm. And it does that really by requiring human scale buildings, higher quality materials and aesthetics. We can specify specific housing types. The buildings are more adaptable because it's based on the form of the building as opposed to the use. And again, that focus on that active and passive outdoor space between the buildings. So this was a quote, and hopefully this looks familiar. This was part of the Planning Board's recommendation to Council when they adopted the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. So, so again, what we're trying to do is create an area or a form-based code that implements the vision that's been set out by the previous planning board and city council. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Oberholzler, who has worked on developing form-based codes all over the country. And as I mentioned, she did help us craft the first form-based code in Boulder Junction. And with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Thanks, Jay. So if you want to move on to the next slide, that would be great. So as Jay was saying, at its simplest interpretation, form-based codes are really intended for implementation in places that have a very clear vision. And the Alpine Balsam Area Plan provides that clear vision. You can see from this slide that the comparison maps on this slide, how directly we are taking the area plan and creating the regulating plan. So I'd like to sort of talk you through a little bit of about the main components that are included in the form-based code. So while these components are typically used to promote walkable pedestrian scale buildings, at their core, form-based codes increase the predictability of what will be developed beyond what conventional codes are capable of. Even with highly subjective design guidelines added to your code review processes that you are all familiar with, the objective parameters and metrics incorporated into form-based codes, combined with the structure of a building typology, allows for a more complete understanding of the intent of the regulations, plus easier review of the development proposals. So next slide, please. The regulating plan is one of the main components of the code. So it's located in the first section of the document, and it provides detailed mapped guidance to the regulations, allowing us to specifically geographically locate certain elements of the plan on the site. This slide illustrates the first layer of information on the regulating plan. I sort of pulled those out to talk about them first. So you can see here the streets, pedestrian pathways, open space, including the greenway, that will be part of the full regulating plan. So even though the city or the master developer will be responsible for key components of the site, the greenway, the extension of 11th Street, the new street on the west side of the block, the developer will be responsible for the pedestrian pathways through the site, called paseos in the form-based code, that are shown here. So you can see directly taken from the area plan, we have this east-west paseo. The pedestrian way will continue with the street as part of the streetscape of the street. So you will get that full east-west connection that was called for in the area plan. North-south, we will be connecting the multi-use trail along the greenway as sort of a substitution, a pedestrian way through the site, extending 10th Street for pedestrians and bicyclists only. This new outdoor space type, a plaza or a pocket park as defined in the code, is a way to take you from this east-west paseo and up to the greenway to connect you over to the park, a sort of more guided way to get to the park through the site. Next slide, please. And so those components are then regulated through the second section of the code. There are very specific design requirements for those paseos and that outdoor space type that you saw. The regulations include basic parameters for the development of these spaces, such as minimum sizes for the open space, percentages of hardscape versus landscape, and then minimum sizes of public easements and pathways on the paseos, and some additional details for the paseo, such as things like surface materials, lighting, the provision of seating areas, minimum amounts of landscape and trees. These are pretty basic parameters, and you'll be able to see we've created a new enhanced paseo specifically for Alpine Balsam to address that east-west. Once you start to see 30 Pearl get landscaped, you'll see how those designs become more people scale as they're actually designed and implemented. Next slide, please. So with that foundation of streets, blocks, and open spaces applied, this image shows the complete regulating plan with the building information kind of layered on top of it. The color coding designates which building types are allowed in which locations on the site. For Alpine Balsam, the general building is allowed in these blue areas that you see here on these sort of 3 sites. And then either the general building or the row building are allowed in this orange location, although we've asked for a minimum amount of the row building. The civic building is the only building type allowed on this sort of light green area, but since this is a renovation of an existing building, the building type regulations have pretty limited applicability. The purple line shown here along Broadway and kind of turning the corners is intended to require ground story storefront on that end of the street to produce what we all have asked for there as mixed use building. The blue dots that you see that were not on the open space and Paseo plan are open space types that will be developed by, or outdoor spaces that will be developed by the city, including the enhanced bus stop, the public plaza that will be developed on the city site, and the mobility hub that Jay referred to. It's important that we include all of these pieces on this diagram because how the buildings that are adjacent to them orient to these public spaces and pathways is really important. Lastly, the map clearly designates maximum building heights and stories in these kind of white boxes here that were taken directly from the Alpine Balsam map that Jay showed you earlier. It's also important to note that while the form-based code provides building form regulations, uses are regulated by the underlying zoning that was discussed at the beginning of this presentation by Jay. Next slide, please. So this takes us to the 3rd section of the form-based code, probably one of the most important, the building type regulations. So as mentioned, the general building and the row building are the 2 types of buildings that are allowed on the sites designated on the Alpine Balsam regulating plan. The general building would be generally used for apartments on this site, and the row building would accommodate townhouses or row houses. The images that you see on this slide are examples of general buildings. The images on the bottom are examples of buildings that were included in the area plan. These photographs were in the area plan. And while their scale might be allowed by the code, some of the facade details are not actually allowed by the code. So I'll talk about that on the next slide in just a minute. The building type regulations generally address the building location in reference to the streets, the open spaces, and pedestrian pathways. We have build 2 zones and minimum amounts of the building aligning with pathways and streets. The basic building massing in terms of how much coverage, the maximum coverage that building and other site elements can have on the site, the minimum and maximum height of the building, each building. And as a very basic component of the level of permeability between the building and the public ways, the interiors of the buildings, some very basic regulations in terms of how much window space and where doors would be located is required for the frontages of all the buildings, so that to make sure that you have these sort of active spaces along the paseos. You've got people kind of coming in and out of the building. Next slide, please. And where that building form establishes that basic massing and those facade openings, the building design section, the 4th section of the form-based code, addresses facade design. I think many people don't make it all the way through the code to find all of these kind of important pieces. These regulations do not design the buildings, however. They outline sort of basic urban design and architectural principles to be addressed by the building facades, with the goals of being kind of simple, durable, human scaled facades. These top 2 images are pulled from the area plan and illustrate the scale that would be allowed on the site by the code in conjunction with the images on the previous slide. So a couple of these are a little bit smaller scale and will probably be on the western end. of the site. The materials and the right image here with the wood, it is more consistent with the code than those on the left would be. It's a little bit hard to tell, but there are specific building materials that we have allowed that are quite different from what was allowed on Boulder Junction. Boulder Junction being quite a bit more sort of industrial feel to it, and we tried to be warmer with more brick and wood and such on the Alpine Balsam buildings. On the bottom, the left image is also in the area plan for mixed use locations. However, I often even use across the country, I use this image, I love this building, to illustrate several key regulations in the code. And this is a pretty long building that extends along, I believe it's along Pearl Street. And the code requires the building to be broken up. And so you can kind of see the dark spaces where there's recessions along this building, makes it appear to be 3 buildings as opposed to 1 long building. And that's a very important part of the design regulations in the code. Also, the articulation of stories, you can clearly see the first story, the second story, and so on. That relates to people walking along the street. And then also the capping of the building. Many of the images that you see in the area plan show buildings that just kind of end, and this particular image shows a cap on the building, which is a requirement of the form-based code. The right image is on the bottom is another example of buildings fronting on a pedestrian way that's used really here to illustrate how trees along the facade help to kind of scale the buildings down. And that's how we see that enhanced paseo. It's got a requirement for landscape areas. Also, the greenway would include trees and landscape that will help to break up those facades and sort of soften the spaces. And I believe that's all that I have. Turning back to Jay or Jean.
Yep, that's me. Thanks, Leslie. So almost done. There are, as Leslie mentioned, we are implementing the area plan. There are 2 minor things that came up since the area plan that seem worthy of further discussion. The first is this idea of adding a kink to 11th Street. So it's if you'll notice, that's not a perfect north-south. That is something we asked the community about too, and there seemed to be general support. It has lots of different advantages. It could provide some additional flexibility for the design of the pavilion building. It would be possible to potentially incorporate some mobility hub elements to that location as well. And it could present some interesting design opportunities to connect with the plaza just to the north as well. So this is technically a slight deviation from the area plan, but it would have to be studied more to determine if it was really a good idea, because we'd have to understand, well, what are the potential impacts in terms of access and loading on 11th, which is going to be challenging currently, even if it was just perfectly straight, and also to consider potential future left turn conflicts if there was to be a future 10th Street connection as well. So that's one that's worth, and the idea with the form-based code is to acknowledge this and to say it's something that's worthy of further consideration. The second has to do with, and the third motion that you'll see in the memo and on the upcoming slide, modifying the current connections plan. So currently it shows a pedestrian path going the entire east-west through the middle of the site, but there's also a local street. So for us, that seemed redundant. I mean, there would still be pedestrian connection, but that will be accomplished through the local street. And it may not rise to an actual change to the connections plan, but we figured it was something that we should flag just to be safe and share that with the board and also City Council. So that is the form-based code. Next steps, first reading is scheduled for September 21st. The public hearing would occur on October 5th. And if approved, it would be effective 30 days later. So just for your convenience, we have the motion language and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Jean Jay, and Leslie. Great presentation, much appreciated.
Thanks, everyone. David, could I jump in just for a second? We've had a lot of folks join since we went over the protocol at the beginning, and we had a few questions about what's happening. So if I can just jump in real quick so that folks
Yeah,
know.
and I've actually received a notification that there is someone who needs to potentially be told that if behaviors continue, the chair is sometimes asked to remove people. So go ahead, Jean, and then I'll chime in.
Thanks, David. I think that maybe just folks didn't hear the instructions at the beginning where we clarified that our virtual rules are similar to how we would conduct if we were in person. The board members shouldn't be reading any kind of outside information that would happen in the chat or in the Q&A. And that information is not part of their record and should not be part of their decision making. So that's why we typically have the chat disabled. Unfortunately, something changed, and that was on me, that there was some comments put in the chat. But again, the board members and staff have been instructed not to be considering those in their deliberations and their recommendations. And also that we use the Q&A really for technical and procedural issues because of these rules, to try to make sure that these meetings are fair and orderly. So we just encourage folks not to put comments in the Q&A, and that's why the chat has been disabled. We will try, understand it's getting late and that folks would like to share their comments, but our public hearing is really the way to do that in a fair and orderly way. And we'll try to get to that public hearing just as soon as we can.
Thank you, Jean. And just as a reminder, please, board members, do not open chat or QA. And I'll just say, Tim Thomas, you are signed up to speak, and you are number 10 on the list. So I would estimate that it'll be about 15 minutes or so, and that is the way that you will address the board. I have been asked by staff to let you know that if you continue to misuse the chat, that they may let me know, and I may have to take further action, but please don't do that. All right, so with that, again, thank you, staff, for the presentation, and we're going to be going on to Q&A, but right before we do, if you don't mind, Lupita, I know that you were in the Housing Advisory Board as our ex officio last week for their review of the Alpine Balsam project, and I wondered if you might want to just give us a little summary before we do our Q&A on anything that came out of the HAB meeting that might be of interest to the board.
Well, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Well, it's nice to see you again, Jay. We had a nice discussion last week. Most of it as an ex officio is listening and then giving my input when I think it may be useful. So I think the presentation was very well received. There was no any major issues, at least with the Housing Advisory Board, but there was one discussion that really was more related to what we have been facing in the planning board, and that was making sure that there was sufficient input from the community. So that took a while, and in fact, in the motion that was prepared, we made some changes specifically to deal with that in preparation for coming here, because I wanted to make sure that, at least from my point of view, that the sticky points we've been dealing with in our own board were not, overlooked at this other board. So the main thing I think that it was clear in that presentation and the discussion that followed was that they had sufficient input from the community and the sections or the choices that were made for this application of the form-based code, which for me was very satisfactory. So I just wanted to point that out because, as you know, we had a big discussion leading up to this meeting about that very topic. So I'd just like to give you that confidence that within the advisory board that was discussed, and I think that reflected in the way that the presentation went today. At least I think so. If there are any particular questions, I'm happy to answer, but I think staff did a great job, and I really like the graphics you guys use. There's some of those cartoons. Simple is good. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Lupita. Any questions on the Housing Advisory Board meeting? I didn't get a chance to listen to it, or I guess they actually filmed those, but I didn't get a chance to watch it, but probably would have liked to have. But thank you for representing us as always, Lupita, on the HAB. The ex officio interactions are very useful, I think. So, and we can talk more while we're deliberating on those topics. So with that, let me go ahead and open it up to Q&A. We're going to try to keep ourselves to 30 minutes on Q&A before public hearing. So public hearing will be no later than 9:30. I'll start the timer for us and go ahead and try to prioritize your questions for staff to the ones that the public would really want to hear before they speak. So go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Actually, my question is to ask Jay if he might connect the form-based code plans with the issues related to affordability and the whatever the mix will be of for sale and for rent, just so that we have an understand, because that's a big part of the overall discussion, and it's just an opportunity for us to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, yeah, you got a preview with the previous agenda item. So the form-based code does not dictate ownership versus rental, doesn't even dictate sort of unit size. It's again focused on the form of those buildings.
Mm-hmm.
But the advantage with both 30 Pearl and also this site is that it's city owned. So the city has a lot more control over the outcomes. So the idea is, we as a city would like to select a development partner, sort of an affordable housing partner that would be able to co-develop the site with us. And then that would allow us a lot more discretion in terms of dictating the outcomes. And even similar to the 30 Pearl model, we were able to, the co-master developer in that case was Boulder Housing Partners. They put in all the infrastructure, the horizontal infrastructure. They went through the entitlement process. So we were closely involved with determining what would be on that site. And then we were able to sell parcels to help offset the cost of providing that affordable housing. And that, so a similar model could be followed here at Alpine Balsam. But again, the priority is to try to get as much affordable housing as we possibly can, permanently affordable. But again, also trying to get that mixture of housing. So does that help, Sarah? Am I missing anything important?
No, maybe just a little comment about where missing middle might fit in with that possible financial scheme.
Yeah, so I think the way that the form-based code is structured, missing middle is definitely an option in that north central parcel. Certainly the northwestern with the townhomes. Again, the challenge with that missing middle, particularly with new construction, is it may not be affordable to middle income, but it certainly is that middle income or missing middle housing type that we'd like to see more of in Boulder. And we're working on it, like we talked about in that middle income session. We're trying to crack that nut. How do we provide more middle income housing that's for sale, because that's really where the need is. And we'll definitely be looking at opportunities at Alpine Balsam to try to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lupita.
So I actually have a little off question. Given that you have, a wide rate of choices when you're using the form-based code, and the fact that this will be our second project, I'm wondering if a city has been looking into, having some sort of signature that, conveys some sort of uniformity around the city. Not that I want everything to be the same, but is there somebody where to talk about Boulder and having this sort of connection with a code? Has there been any discussion, maybe some specific material or some sort of signature that could make unique? I don't know if that ever happened, but it just got me thinking, because you have some choices, and I don't know, I kind of like always the hidden messages sometimes. Is there anything that has been considered, like having that as the Boulder signature?
Yeah, I mean, that's an intriguing idea. So I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is something that's unique to Boulder, right? Some sort of design element or some materials. I don't know. I mean, anyone else? Jean, Kalani, perhaps? I'm not.
I apologize that my camera is not working, but currently we do not have a universal design for across the city. We are piloting the form-based code, and it's good for us to see things as they come out of the ground and revisit the code. And this is another opportunity for us to look at this, and maybe in the future it is something we say, is this something that we want to apply to more areas? Does this look like Boulder? Was it successful? Do we need to make adjustments? But currently, no, not right now. And unless Jacob or anyone else has heard of any changes, this would be our second application of form-based code in an area.
I just to close it, to make clear, I don't think it has to be all uniform, but it's kind of like some sort of element. And I don't know if you even have that option. For example, I know in some buildings that are so beautiful, in places they've used materials that have a connection with that city. Or, like for us, we do have these beautiful pine trees, and there's been a use of some of the repurposed, lost timber because it's being, damaged or somehow, rendered not, natural in the natural environment anymore. I mean, I'm just throwing some ideas in there. I don't even know if that is possible. Because I happened to see some of those diagrams, they have some wooden materials, and I thought, wouldn't it be great if one of those hidden elements would be that we actually use some of our own, like the timber that has been damaged by the beetle, and I know some of them have been repurposed. I think I saw something like that at NREL, which I thought it was beautiful. So I just thought I'd throw it in there while I was thinking about it.
It's a great idea, Lupita, and we do have regional materials that we see around, like the red sandstone, and that's used in some buildings in town. The red brick tends to be pretty heavily used in downtown, and the form-based code does have primary materials that really try to capture those ones more than, say, some of the materials we see we want to have as secondary materials. But I guess if I was going to try to put my finger on which one is the most Boulder-like, maybe that's a really good thing to ask people, of what's the most Boulder-like material that they wanted to see more of out there.
Thank you, Georgie.
Kalani, sorry if I mispronounced your name. My question is kind of referring back to that question, which was around form-based code and a retrospective on defining success, understanding areas of improvement. And since we only have Boulder Junction to go off of, has the city gone through a process of that, getting feedback from the public to understand, and also feedback from the city to understand what went right, what went wrong, what areas could be improved? Because that would be very informative as it relates to this site, to make sure, the second time that we're adopting this in town, that we've got people's perspectives as it relates to that. And maybe that's a way to quantify. I heard the public engagement was challenging because form-based code is so detailed, and I guess that would be one way to understand it. So long question to understand where are we in that process relative to Boulder Junction, so to inform the community and ourselves around, implementing something like this again.
And I can answer that, Kalani. And I didn't go into too much detail, but that was one of the slides where I tried to talk about, so what did we learn from Boulder Junction? And just to be clear, so form-based code is only applied to 30 Pearl, so it didn't apply to the REV and all those other large projects. And the 30 Pearl project is probably our best example. There are two projects in the north. One has just came out of the ground off Bluff Street. The other it went there today to take a look at it. And I was actually quite impressed. I mean, it's extremely close to the rendering that they submitted.
Yeah.
And it illustrates a lot of those examples that Leslie had talked about. But specifically in terms of lessons learned, I mean, one of the more practical things that we learned was that in Boulder at 30 Pearl, almost every frontage was a type A frontage. So that meant that you couldn't have garbage, you couldn't provide services to the building. So one of the important lessons we learned was we need to be really careful about how many, that every building, every site has a type B frontage. And I think although I think what you're alluding to is more sort of a much broader public opinion, or, what do people think about these buildings? Are they different? We haven't done that, largely because those buildings are still coming out of the ground. But as Kalani said, I mean, there's still opportunities to do more analysis to try to understand it better and make tweaks in the future. But I would say the results that we're seeing are quite positive.
And I could add, we did do, so the Commons building it piloted the form-based code. So it wasn't part of the actual adopted version, but it did help to kind of test out that. When that building came online and it was finished, we did a review, we did a planning board tour there to kind of go over, and it was open to the public. Also, we didn't have a whole lot of folks from the public attend, but we got to see some of the detailing on the building, how some of the rules in form-based code played out across the building. And I'd say on a whole, the feedback from the folks that went on the tour was positive. And at that time, this is when 30 Pearl was still in the planning process, but some of the buildings that we've seen come out of the ground, like Jay was saying, the rules, like the depth and the belly bands, the detailing on the buildings that's required in form-based code, the recession of certain portions of a building after a certain length really help to articulate the building. And they're really finely done. If you go out there, you get a chance to see all the little bits and pieces across the facade that really help to make that building feel more human scale and tactile. But no, we have not, as part of Design Excellence, done a comprehensive citywide review of how do people like the, certain aspects of it.
All right, thank you. More questions? Sarah? And then
John,
John.
go. Yeah,
Oh,
John, why don't
John.
you go first?
Yeah, since you haven't gone yet. Go ahead.
Thanks. So further on that, what you just talked about, Jay, I'm still trying to understand how we have incorporated what we have learned from 30th and Pearl here. And I think the attachments that you provided that show a comparison of where there have been changes made are extremely interesting. But I'm trying to understand the logic behind those changes. If it's not based on what we learned at 30th and Pearl, how did you go about making those?
Sorry, John, what changes are you referring to specifically?
Well, I'm looking at attachment A, in which you have these charts that show the route, you know, the guidelines for 30th and Pearl, and then the guidelines for Alpine Balsam. And I have no objection with those changes or comparisons. I'm just trying to understand the logic, if it wasn't based on going through 30th and Pearl, how you made those.
I guess I'm not.
Do you understand? For example, on in attachment A, M1-17, general building type, you have a column for Boulder Junction Phase 1, another column for Alpine Balsam, and then some comments about the differences or what's different. So I'm trying to understand how you develop that second column.
No, I understand. That's helpful, John. So yeah, so think about the form-based code as it's a tool, it's a structure. So what was appropriate for Boulder Junction was not necessarily what was the direction for Alpine Balsam. So that's why we have different numbers, different table. So it tailors the form-based code to a specific situation, in this case, Alpine Balsam. So it's not that we were, the structure we learned, because it was a much longer process to develop the form-based code. If you recall, it was over a year.
Yes.
So, and because there was a lot of learning, how do you create the basic structure? And this one was really a lot more straightforward. So it was, okay, we have the basic structure. We just need to create a new column and tailor it specifically to what the area plan for Alpine Balsam says about it. Does that help?
Well, yeah, that's fine. So it sounds to me like to some degree there was a subjective review of the existing 30th and Pearl plan, and then you just, subjectively adapted it to Alpine Balsam.
I wouldn't characterize it quite that way. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's a tool, and so it's designed so that we create another form-based code in South Boulder somewhere, after there's an area planning process. It's not going to be based on Boulder Junction. It's going to be based on the area plan for that area.
Okay, well, thank you.
Just to expand upon that just a bit, M1-17 are the regulations for the general building type. And the general building in Boulder Junction isn't necessarily exactly the same as what a general building should be in Alpine Balsam. In Boulder Junction, it's a larger, more street wall, more industrial area, whereas in Alpine Balsam, it's a smaller scale to fit into the neighborhood. So while we use the same basic principle of a general building type, the scale and the design elements of it are slightly different, and you can kind of compare them in that table between Boulder Junction and Alpine Balsam.
Okay, well, thank you. No, that's a good explanation. I'm not being critical of the changes. I'm just trying to understand how they happened and were formulated.
Thanks, John. Sarah, did you want to go next?
Yeah, I actually had some process questions about this, which are in form-based code, are we looking at regulating plans regulating plans related to street direction, turns onto main streets, any of that stuff, or does that happen later? Later? Is that a later? Okay, thank you. And then also, just because I know a lot of people who a lot of the emails that we've gotten in the last few months when this was going to be a hearing a little earlier in the summer had to do with some of the parking issues. How will or when will the city, is form-based code part of that process, or is that, how will the city address some of the concerns that people have?
Yes, the form-based code does not address those concerns directly. So basically, the assumption is, in the way that the code is structured, is that the vast majority of the site is served by the parking structure, with the exception of that northwestern
And so people who are concerned about the parking issue, are they just told to go? Is there any, what would be a avenue for them?
And you're freezing up a bit on us, Sarah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, well, I think I understand Sarah's question. Maybe I can try to respond. So, I mean, so that's why I was saying that the access and mobility work, that's going to continue once this regulatory structure is in place.
Okay.
And we'll get into the issues of, okay, do we create a neighborhood parking program for the larger area? How are we going to allocate parking spaces in the parking structure? And then the individual development, so the northwest portion, that would likely be self-parked. So it's going to be up to the developer to determine what is the appropriate amount of parking that should be provided on that site. This can depend on what kind of financing they can get and what they think is appropriate based on their design. But yeah, I think what we've been trying to emphasize is that, you know, the parking structure is the primary and the mobility hub and its proximity. There are all these factors that were discussed as part of the area plan. We're just, again, following direction from the area plan. But there are, like I said, that access and mobility work will continue into next year, and we'll get into more details. And there'll have to be community engagement around that as well.
Okay, that's really helpful to know, because obviously it's a subject of great
Oh, yeah.
interest.
We definitely recognize that, yes. Bringing it up.
Is there anyone who hasn't asked a question yet who wants to get one in? I do have one question if no one else raises their hand right away. One thing that I really thought would be a nice vision would be a great pedestrian and bike access to the shopping center, kind of aligned with the green space along Balsam there, since we have a multi-use path with an enhanced, wider, potentially, and more obvious pedestrian crossing. Maybe something really wide, like almost like at the Pearl Street Mall. Across Broadway. So I wondered if that had been considered at all since we last discussed that, which was probably, gosh, a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's still in the area plan and is identified, you know, particularly the crossing at Broadway.
Great.
Connection to North Boulder Park. But yeah, the form-based code, it identifies the general location. So that's the other thing, keep in mind. So it says multi-use path. It's not going to be a straight line in that exact location. The idea is we would want to meander that. And also explore, does it make more sense to have a bike lane on Balsam instead? So an elevated bike lane. We've gotten a bit of feedback from the community on that specific issue. A lot of people seem to think that, you know, how many people want to get onto a multi-use path when they're riding their bike and just for a single block. So, but again, all those details are not part of form-based code, but definitely have to be part of this larger implementation piece.
Thank you. Other questions? Lupita and then John.
So going back to the lessons learned from the one place where we have applied this methodology for design. I know that we're still learning, and I know it came up even, I don't know, last year, the year before, where we were thinking we are going to benefit eventually from the lessons that we're going to learn in this one place. And so maybe we haven't learned a whole lot, but you've learned already something. That was the question I was going to make earlier. And you did mention something regarding, you know, type B facade, I think you said, that obviously that's one of the things that you've learned from Junction or 30 and Pearl. The idea is that the contexts are different. So that I got that point when John was asking us, you know, yeah, because it's the same sort of tools, but are applied in a different context. Therefore, the outcome is going to be different. However, there will be some lessons that they can be transferable. And in that case, you mentioned a couple of them, but I'm wondering, just by looking at the kind of challenges that you can see happening in Balsam, Alpine Balsam, that you could really benefit, and we'll be paying very close attention to 30 and Pearl. Can you tell us if anything in particular you're really wanting to learn more that you think it will be very useful in this new location?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we talked to the architects who helped develop Boulder Junction. And so, I mean, they're the ones that went through the entire process. They're the ones that, said, yeah, it's the review process, because it's so prescriptive, the amount of work and time and effort that goes into preparing drawings for review, significantly more than through the traditional process. But, from their perspective, they thought it worked quite well. I mean, they also raised some concerns about, one was that there's a requirement for a 2-inch articulation of material, right, between the first and second floor. And they were like, well, that's challenging because, our bricklayers, that's creates an issue for them in terms of structural issues. So, it was things like that. But, we tried to talk through them and figure out the best way approach. But no, I mean, there aren't significant changes that came out of it. But as Kalani said, we do have the opportunity to come back. And there's also, keep in mind, there's a minor modification process in the form-based code. There's an exception process. I think you guys went through an exception process for form-based code for one of those projects. So there are opportunities. If we didn't get something absolutely correct, we can potentially go back and make those changes and address them. Does that help answer?
Great. And then John, I think you were next, and then we probably will be at about time for a break. So if this is our last question before public comment, we'll be opening questions again after this as well, after public comment as well. So go ahead, John. Oh, muting.
So I just wanted to pursue the two changes in the transportation plan that you mentioned earlier this evening. One with the possibility that the Paseo wouldn't go all the way to 9th Street. And the other was the kink in 11th Street. And I was just wondering what the logic behind those two were.
Yeah, happy to go over that again. So the kink, so the idea that came from the city architect, actually, as she was looking at, how are we redesigning the pavilion building to serve city uses better? And she was looking at it and I was like, well, what if we put, a small curve in that street and provide some additional space on the pavilion side for potentially mobility elements that could be moved from the other side of the site, provide potentially additional outdoor space. They didn't know exactly what the treatment was going to be on that side of the building, because remember, they're reskinning that entire building. And when we talked to the community, there seemed to be a lot of support for, introducing something that's, not entirely rectilinear, right? So people are not rectilinear, so it's nice to have some organic curves in the site plan. So again, it's an idea that we wanted to share and say that it has to be explored more. We don't know if it's going to serve its intended purpose. It's all going to depend on how those buildings are actually designed. Does that help?
Yeah, that's fine. And what about the Paseo connection?
Yeah, so the other one, so the connections plan shows a pedestrian connection. And what the Alpine Balsam plan is, that's where we get into the Paseo language. And the Paseo has a lot of has pedestrian functions, but local street also has pedestrian function, right? So it's going to be, to us, it felt redundant to have both a pedestrian connection requirement for a street and a pedestrian connection requirement for a paseo right next to each other when they can provide the same function. So it still provides that east-west connection, keeps the east-west through the middle of the site open, but it also, encourages people, as Leslie was talking about, through that small plaza, encourages them to go up 10th and then up to the Greenway and then connect over along the Greenway over 9th. Because that way, then you don't have two major pedestrian crossings in one block, or have one mid-block and then one at the end of the block. So that was more of our thinking around that. And that's why we wanted to bring it up for board and council consideration as well.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. That'll take us to 9:31. 1 minute late to start public comment, and see you in 5 minutes. All right. It is time to reconvene. So we've got one, two, three, four. Okay. I guess all of us are back. Lupita, I guess you will unmute. There you are. Great. All right. Let me bring up my list here. So this is public comment for the Alpine Balsam agenda item. We decided to potentially limit to 2 minutes. We have probably a good 25 plus people speaking. So if that's okay, I think we'll just go ahead and do 2-minute comments for this item. And I have a list in front of me of the people who signed up online. And then after that, we'll go to raised hands. So if you did not get a chance to sign up in advance, please feel free to raise your hand. So the first name on the list is Kathleen McCormick. And that will be followed by Caitlin Ryan and Laurel Herndon. So Kathleen.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Good evening, planning board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the draft form-based code for Alpine Balsam and also the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. I serve on the Arts Commission and the Better Boulder Board, and I'm a housing advocate with the Boulder Housing Network, though here I speak for myself. I've lived on 11th Street, less than 2 blocks north of the Alpine Balsam site for the past 28 years. The Alpine Balsam form-based code establishes guidelines for how the buildings will look and sit on the site, and how new street and pathway infrastructure and public open space will connect housing, civic and office spaces and other uses to the surrounding neighborhoods. I appreciate how it will complement the height, scale, and form of buildings in the Alpine Balsam area. I also support the Alpine Balsam Plan, which reflects the goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan for a sustainable, connected, and vibrant city. The plan was a compromise reached after 2 years of community outreach sessions, including with residents and business owners from all the neighborhoods surrounding Alpine Balsam. I attended many of them. Participants expressed widely varying opinions about issues such as height, density, mix of uses, layout, parking, and impact on adjacent neighborhoods. Thoughtful critique and revision led to the plan being approved by Planning Board and adopted by City Council in 2019. Housing is critically needed in Boulder and on this site. I ask you to approve the form-based code and continue to support this plan. The plan calls for several 3- and 4-story buildings with a total of between 210 and 260 homes. This 9-acre site could easily accommodate more housing needed for downsizing seniors, families, young professionals, and essential workers who need affordable and middle-income housing. The city owns the land, which reduces the cost of developing housing, especially affordable housing. The height and density are similar to many of the apartment, townhome, and commercial buildings along Broadway and surrounding the site. But we've gone through a public process that our elected and appointed officials decided 2 years ago with extensive community involvement that this compromise plan. Let's keep moving forward. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, and next we'll go with Caitlin Ryan and then Laurel Herndon, followed by Jennifer Schreiber.
Great, thank you so much. This is Caitlin Ryan. I live in South Boulder. I'm also a volunteer editor with the Boulder Housing Network. I know it's late and there are many speakers, so I'll just make this quick. I wanted to express my excitement about the Alpine Balsam plans. I love the effort and care that is going into making permanently affordable housing actually wonderful instead of just okay, which often happens. And I really want to encourage Planning Board to uphold the original commitments to high density residential on this site, hopefully up to the maximum of 260 homes. I have a number of friends who have lived in the area in small condos and apartments, and it's a great area for access to lots of city amenities and transportation. And I'm really excited about this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Okay, next we'll hear from Laurel Herndon, followed by Jennifer Shriver, and then Janet Heimer.
David, I'm not seeing Laurel Herndon on the list.
Okay, is Jennifer Shriver?
Jen Shriver. If any of those folks are here under a different name, that would please just let me know in the Q&A. And Janet had indicated that she had to leave the meeting.
Okay, well then we'll go on to Macon Cowles, followed by Matt Benjamin. And of course, we'll loop back to Laurel, Jennifer, or Janet if they come back to the meeting. So Macon Cowles?
Macon Cowles, 1720
sorry.
Mapleton Avenue.
I always say your name wrong, Macon, sorry.
All right. The reason that some of us are here tonight is that on August 19, when discussing the 6-year CIP, Planning Board spent more than an hour talking about Alpine Balsam. John Gerstle stated that not enough attention had been paid to the comments of some neighbors who objected to the density, height, and parking of the site. 2 other Planning Board members indicated agreement. John referred to the letters that all of you are receiving from unhappy neighbors. There was an extensive discussion about SEEP's, Community Environmental Assessment Process, and why a SEEP had not been done on the Alpine Balsam site. Sarah said that she wanted to hear more public testimony before proceeding to decisions about the form-based code, and talked about receiving such before proceeding to that code. John wanted to put Alpine Balsam through a SEEP. The board even asked the planning director to get back with you to remind you of public engagement that had occurred, and the planning director did so in a letter to you dated January 26th. 5 of the current members of this board were on the planning board when you unanimously approved the Alpine Balsam area plan on September 24, 2019. And yet not a single one of you stood up for the area plan or to remind your colleagues of the 2.5-year process with workshops, meetings, pop-ups, check-ins, surveys, and so forth. Hundreds of people participated. Thousands of comments were received by you, by the council, and by staff. The engagement was continuous, open, robust, and lengthy. So many of us are here to tell you that the area plan settled the major contentious issues, and it is your duty to stand up for it, having passed it unanimously 2 years ago this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macon. Okay, and next we'll hear from Matt Benjamin, followed by Tim Thomas, and then Rosie Vivian.
Hi, I'm Matt Benjamin, and I live in South Boulder. Thank you, Planning Board, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm having deja vu. We have been here before, we have had these conversations, and we've actually come to a reasonable compromise. Now is not the time to get cold feet. Nothing of consequence has changed in 2 years, maybe with the exception of the pandemic and the tragedy at King Soopers, but none of which would affect Alpine Balsam and our opportunity to put housing first and make sure that the housing crisis that our community faces is adequately taken care of. This is really just analysis paralysis with a way to just delay the inevitable of what we need in our community, which is greater housing. It is unfortunate to think about blowing up this compromise because it further degrades the credibility of our city. It further degrades the opportunity for staff, boards, and city council to work together to find a solution only to unwind it 2 years later. If we can't stick with our plans, then what is the point of all of this? Housing along a transit corridor and in 15-minute neighborhoods is the gold standard of our housing, transportation, and climate goals. Alpine Balsam fits that perfectly. So let's stick with the plans. Our community cannot continue to withstand the repeated ignition of growing polarization, pitting residents against one another with this property, will only further divide us. So please stick with the plan, stick with the area plan that was unanimously approved, that council approved, and let's move forward and allow proper housing to come into this community for opportunities for more people to enjoy our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So I think Tim Thomas and Janet is not on, so let's go to Rosie Vivian, please. And then after Rosie, we'll hear from Deanna Ardrey and Tom Folkhausen. Thomas Folkhausen. Go
Hi there,
ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rosie Vivian and I live in Table Mesa. I'm speaking in support of this project. It's been a long time coming and I appreciate the time and effort that staff and the community has put into the planning process for this project. I think the form-based code is appropriate here. I don't think we're here tonight to critique Boulder Junction. I think the senior center proposed makes a lot of sense based on the census data, since we're going to be experiencing a total shift in demographics in 2030 when all of the boomers are over 65. I love Dave's idea of the larger crossing. It would be actually really cool if maybe bricks from the hospital or some other material that the staff was talking about before were used in that crossing in some way or in the Paseo. And that would be just a great way to use excess building materials. And that's it for tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosie. All right. Let's see, who do we have next? Next on the list is Deanna Ardrey, followed by Thomas Folkhausen.
Hi, yeah, my name's Deanna Ardrey, and this is my first time speaking at one of these meetings. I've lived here in Boulder for about 17 years now, and I work as a dental hygienist at a local dental office here in town. I've been a part of the Boulder Affordable Housing Program now for over 1.5 years, and I'm still waiting to get my forever home. I'm pregnant and expecting this October, and I would love to not have to pay the outrageous rent that I'm paying every month and just getting by as rent increases, but my salary has not increased to keep up with the increase in rent. So I would love to live at Alpine and Broadway Balsam location, and I'd love the opportunity to make, have the affordable housing program work for me. Because like I said, I've been a part of this program for over 1.5 years, and I still am low on the wait list, still waiting to get my home here in Boulder after living here for 17 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Okay, next we have Thomas Folkhausen, followed by Kurt Nordbeck.
Hello, I'm Thomas Folkhausen. I live at 2636 Fifth Street, so I'm a relative near neighbor of the project. Ride my bike by it almost every day, and I just with the area plan you've already adopted, do good form-based code, and we have a housing crisis and a climate emergency. So I want to encourage you to move expeditiously to provide as much housing as soon as possible. Riding by it every day, I'm kind of sad. It's that the hospital has been sitting there since what, 2015? I don't know, like seems like 5 years that really nothing's happened with that super valuable space in the core of our town. I kind of wish we could have housed homeless people in those 5 years, but I want to encourage you to move forward quickly, to maximize the number of units that you can provide, and to minimize the amount of parking that you provide. And of course, the more units you have, the more affordable each unit will be, given the fixed site costs. And also knowing the area, it's already surrounded by plenty of apartment buildings. It's a totally appropriate place to put density on the transit corridor in the core of our city. And I just hope you move forward and are flexible to allow the project to proceed expeditiously. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, next we have Kurt Nordbeck, followed by Eric Budd.
Hi, Kurt Nordbeck. I live 2 blocks north of Alpine Balsam, and I've had many experiences on this site, including numerous family members spending time in the hospital. My mother had 2 major surgeries there, and my father died there. I've been engaged in the very extensive public process that occurred, culminating in the area plan, and I'm glad to see this process moving forward. I sent you a list of comments regarding the form-based code as it will be applied at Alpine Balsam. Most of them are based on the observation that the context at Alpine Balsam, which is in an older and more inherently pedestrian-friendly part of the city, is somewhat different from that at Boulder Junction, which is surrounded by car-oriented superblocks. I think this follows along the thrust of questions from the board about how the 2 areas should differ. So I won't go over all of these detailed comments, but I'll highlight a couple of them. M112 P through T talks about the size of the minimum sizes for outdoor spaces, and they seem fairly large. And I would hate to prohibit the kind of intimate spaces that we often see in beautiful European cities, for example. So I'd suggest reducing those. M118 rows 2, 3, and 5 setbacks, front and rear setbacks. I think that those could be reduced again to create a more intimate feel and to reduce the effective minimum lot size. And then there M121 and M123 prohibit gambrel and mansard roofs and also prohibit glass block. And I think that those are aesthetic decisions that should not be prohibited in this way. So I won't go over the rest of these. You saw those. I would urge you to take a look at those and see what you agree with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, next we'll hear from Eric Budd, followed by Will Tour. Eric?
Thank you, Planning Board. I really appreciate the overview of the Alpine Balsam projects here. I guess I really want to be in line with a lot of the other speakers and say that this is really an incredible site and opportunity for the city to make a large amount of housing, particularly to diversify the kind of housing units, to complement what's already many detached homes in the neighborhoods. The first place I lived in Boulder, just a few blocks from here, and I still own a 1-bedroom condo there. And it's really exciting to see that we can have a nice mix of housing, plenty of condo and apartment units to complement other units, and also just the accessibility of the site. It's very walkable, bikeable. I lived very close to here without owning a car. I'm excited to see a lot of other people have that opportunity as well, and to really make use of this transit corridor. There are not many better places in Boulder that have this kind of access to transit and walkability to downtown, and also the local businesses there. So I'm just asking you all to keep on it and please be bold here. That's absolutely the kind of thing that we need in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. All right, and next we have Will Tour, followed by Maria Colvin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Will Tour, 3032 10th Street. I've been a longtime neighbor of this site for about the last 22 years. Most of my children were born there. And I'm very excited about the potential for redevelopment with significant amounts of affordable housing. I support the form-based code and continuing to move forward expeditiously to implement the adopted area plan. Living in this neighborhood.
Did we lose you, Will?
He's not muted. There we go.
Okay, you cut out for a second, so we'll give you a few more seconds.
Oh, thank you. Was saying that from a neighborhood perspective, the Newlands neighborhood is one area of town that has been changing dramatically, where the escalation in housing prices has led to really an exodus of working class and middle class people from this neighborhood as houses turn over. While they're very nice new neighbors, they're always far more wealthy than the people who used to live there. And this is an opportunity to bring some diversity back to this neighborhood. So just very excited about the potential for significant housing on the site. While I personally would support numbers substantially higher than what is in the area plan, that's already been settled and not to be relitigated. I hope we can move towards the upper end around that 260 units. And finally, just want to say that I'm very supportive of the decision that was made to focus the parking in the existing parking structure. This is a great opportunity to focus on housing for people, not additional housing for cars. So thank you very much. And again, I support moving forward as both the area plan and the form-based code.
Thank you, Will. Okay, we'll go next with Maria Colvin and then Paul Saporito and then Michael Lucchese. So Maria?
David, I'm not seeing Maria on the list.
Okay. I'll keep tabs on people who may be coming back. So let's go with Paul Saporito.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Paul Saporito. I live at 2765 7th Street. I am a neighbor of this project. I practice and teach architecture, or used to, and have done so both here and in Europe. I am a neighbor, as I said. 2 years ago, as part of this process, I volunteered to do a plan, my time being priceless. And we showed on that plan an expansion of what the city was showing schematically, and it all worked pretty well. I very much support what the area plan shows, and have been watching the form-based plan develop, and have just a couple of comments on that. Excuse me. I think staff has done a good job of beginning to fill out that form-based plan. I would encourage us to look further at a pattern language, if you will, of detail, such as dooryards, porches, stoops, planting, et cetera, because that begins to fill out otherwise blocky diagrams. And then finally, one great generator of form is the actual land subdivision. And I would encourage at least some exploration of looking at how traditional cities plat lots into smaller pieces. That does not prevent, by the way, a larger developer to assemble a number of lots to make a block face or a row, but it allows the smaller individual developer, builder, to perhaps build a house and a lockout apartment on their own. So this fine grain cadastre, as it's known, does lend interest to the street frontage. Finally,
Oh, and
I
could
would
you,
point out
wrap,
that I am
could you just wrap up your thought when you get a chance? Because we're
okay. Very good. I'm 67 years old when this thing was bought by the city. I'm now 73 years old. I would encourage you to let's do something sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, next we'll go with Michael. Is it Lucchese or and then, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Lucchese. We're loaded up with Italian Americans here. Michael Lucchese, 3055 11th Street. I've lived here 28 years, raised 2 kids here. One of them was born at Boulder Community Hospital. I am the chair of the Housing Advisory Board, but I'm speaking myself tonight. I'll be brief. I do support moving forward with the form-based zone and the area plan to develop substantial housing on the site. I'll just point out a couple of practical matters to consider that are fairly obvious. One is the city paid a lot of money for the site. This is taxpayer money, and that should be put to good use and create as much housing, especially affordable housing, as possible, which there seems to be a strong consensus around. And then, really tout the amazing location of this for walkability. You can walk to the supermarket, the rec center downtown, the bus to Denver. I mean, now Encinitas. You just could not find a better. It's more than a 15-minute neighborhood. It's really an outstanding place for alternative modes to thrive. And I personally look forward to finally walking all the way down 11th Street to downtown and using the kink. So please support this project, and I wish you good luck, and thank you for your good work at Planning Board.
Thank you, Michael. All right, and so now we'll hear from Lila Hickey, followed by Jan Burton, and then Stephen LeBlanc.
David, it looks like Timothy Thomas is back in the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Jump in there.
Lila, if you don't mind, Timothy Thomas was signed up earlier. So Tim, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, trying. Perhaps we can go with Lila and then come back.
Okay, yeah, there could still be some connection issues going on. So Lila Hickey, followed by, we'll try Tim again in a minute. Go ahead.
Oh man, that was a unmute roller coaster. Hello, Planning Board and staff. Thank you for your time tonight. I am here to urge you to move ahead with the Alpine Balsam Area Plan as approved in 2019. I know many of us feel like we've been living in a bizarre sort of time warp recently, but I'll remind you that 2019 was 2 full years ago. It is a solid plan, but more than that, it is an urgent and timely plan. Boulder continues to have a commuter crisis, a crisis driven largely by a lack of reasonably priced housing inside the city. Transportation remains the single largest sector of greenhouse gas emissions nationally and is one of the primary causes of our ongoing ozone air quality crisis on the Front Range. We desperately need increased housing in Boulder. It will reduce our commuter crisis, it will reduce housing cost burden for workers currently living in the city, and it will be one small piece of the efforts we must make as a city to reduce our carbon impact. The Alpine Balsam Area Plan was approved in 2019. Climate change cannot wait, and our commuter crisis will not be solved by anything but increased housing. Serve the city and the people of Boulder and move forward with the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lila. Okay, and I'll just say, Tim Thomas, I'll keep watching. If you are able to unmute, we'll insert you, but into the lineup. But meanwhile, let's go on then to Jan Burton and then Stephen LeBlanc. Jan?
Good evening, Planning Board and staff. I'm Jan Burton, 852 11th Street. Thank you for your service. The city has now owned Alpine Balsam for 6 years, paying millions of dollars of interest every year. We have an affordable and achievable housing crisis, yet the wheels of progress continue to turn very slowly. Council approved form-based code for the first time when I was on council, with the idea to expedite processes, reduce costs, and improve outcomes. For Alpine Balsam, there's been an in-depth public outreach for the vision plan, the area plan, and form-based code, including dozens of meetings, questionnaires, workshops, open houses, walking tours, public hearings, et cetera, et cetera. Planning Board, including 5 of you, and City Council approved the midterm comp plan changes and area plan in 2019. There comes a time when every board, including Planning Board, needs to move forward to realize plans and preserve city capital. Cities will never make progress if every board or council reviews previous board or council decisions. Please respect that tonight by approving the form-based code and moving forward. Again, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, next we have Stephen LeBlanc, followed by David Adamson. Stephen?
David, I don't see Steve LeBlanc in the meeting anymore. And I am guessing that Goose Creek Community Land Trust is David Adamson. So I'm gonna allow them to clarify by unmuting.
Okay.
Hello, this is David Adamson.
Hey, David.
All right. Well, I'm David Adamson, 815 North Street, and I am the executive director of Goose Creek Community Land Trust, but I'm especially speaking tonight as a neighbor. So I can go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to thank you all for your service. It's a big job. It's very complicated. I really appreciate all of you, and I appreciate all the people speaking. And I want to shout out to all my beautiful neighbors. What a wonderful list of public heroes who have worked together. We've all worked together to promote this as a site that the vision plan talks about as a new model of sustainable, equitable, and affordable living. And boy, do we need a new model in our town. Let's just think, if back in 1967, we had bought one big piece of open space, and then, oh, well, just let all the rest of it go to pot. We wouldn't have realized the beautiful preservation of our entire mountain backdrop that we achieved. Well, that's what we're doing in our town, where everything possible that could be with so many multifamily sites are just being luxury buildings. So all the places where we could have mixed income, and the new model I'm talking about is mixed income, permanently affordable, appreciation moderated, mostly car share, mostly for sale. That's the new model that we need, because the old model continues to segregate people by race and income. And that's not a great thing for America, as we've seen. It's not a great thing for climate. It's not a great thing for us neighbors, where so many people aren't around anymore. There's not people, it's just dark because people are in their second, third, fourth, fifth homes. And I love them. I want them to be around all the time. So I just want to thank the staff. They've done a great job of moving this forward. Jane Brodigan told us in a meeting, you will not expedite this project. And she was right. But we have a great staff. I hope we'll have a great planning board, trying to accelerate this project and make it the new model that we and the whole world needs, of low carbon, high connection, high resilience community that we'll all enjoy. It benefits everyone for us to live that way. And I invite all my neighbors to join me and have a walk, and we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Great, okay. And so now we're going to be starting on our the people who have put their hands up on our participants list. So feel free to put up hands if you haven't already. We'll start with Paul Coleman, and then Francois Poncet, and then Claudia Thiem. Paul, you can unmute.
All right. Thank you, David. Good evening, board members and staff. I'm Paul Coleman. I live at 3555 Silver Plume Court, South Boulder. So my opinion on this form-based code is, while it's a nice concept, we should consider it secondary to environmental concerns, especially each project's effect on the city's carbon emissions. It's not an either or consideration. We can have development that increases housing with pleasing architecture, and projects like this could very well grade out nicely, but the environmental impact must be explicitly determined. I'm sorry, Peter, you're really distracting me with catching flies or something.
Sorry.
That was interesting. Yeah, the environmental impact of each project needs to be explicitly determined. So we know that Boulder's on a path to zero carbon emissions by 2035. That 2035 goal is real. And it's important to keep in mind that 2035, because each of these projects are going to be in existence long past, decades past 2035. And they're going to have an effect, positive or negative, on whether we can reach our carbon goals. So reaching our 2035 goals means working hard on these things now in 2021. So thank you all very much for the hard work you do. I know this is a tough job. Or maybe I don't even know how tough it is, but keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so now we'll hear from Francois Poinsett and then Claudia Thiem.
Hi there. Do you guys hear me? This is Francoise Poinsett.
Yes.
And I have been a neighbor there for 32 years in the neighborhood. And I think I was one of them who came to speak with the plan, all the public output that was there in favor of higher density, a lot of affordable housing back in 2019. And I came with a lot of longtime neighbors, the people who were here for so many years. At that point in time, I spoke to the fact that my elderly mother-in-law had been living across the street from the site and was able to live there and go walking everywhere. Since then, my son and his family, they're a family of 4. We have now a 16-month-old grandson, live across the other street on Broadway and in one of the little apartments of Boulder Housing Partners. So some of you who feel like families don't live in these multifamily homes and apartment buildings, they are very happy there. They love it, particularly because of the walkability of this site. So they really need, though, affordable housing. It is a serious, serious question for so many families, so many people right now. And it's in these 2 years, it's just the housing has skyrocketed. Please move this along. I'm delighted that you are doing the form-based codes. Thank you, but don't let anything stop from the maximum densities that we really need to have in order to get as much affordability as possible. I'm really happy to see the transportation connections. I liked what Kurt Nordback was saying earlier about making some intimate areas. We do have North Boulder Park right across the street. I come past this, this whole site every day walking, often to go see my family, and it really needs to be transformed into a lively, beautiful place as you're envisioning. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Francoise. And so let's go now with Claudia Thiem, and Claudia will be followed by Lynn Siegel.
Hello again, members of Planning Board. This is Claudia Hansen Thiem, North Boulder resident. I'm a big supporter of housing and city facilities at Alpine Balsam, and I've followed this project closely since 2019. That's when Planning Board and City Council approved the area plan that set out land uses, building height, and housing density on the site. And that plan was then incorporated into the 2020 revisions of the BVCP, which went through 4-body review. Not a ton has changed since then, except that the city has spent 2 years painstakingly deconstructing the hospital and several $1 million in carrying costs, while this planning process continues to creep forward. I actually have very little to say about the proposed form-based code. I'm not an architect or a placemaker, to be honest, though I deeply appreciate both of those crafts. I generally defer to such experts on questions of design and would hope that neighbors interested in a high-quality built environment would do so as well. There's really nothing in the draft materials that alarms me, and that's about all you need to hear about roof lines and fenestration or even kinked streets from a wordsmith. What does alarm me is the suggestion floated by this board 2 weeks ago that we might introduce more delays into a project that has already been ongoing for 6 years. It was 2015, after all, when the city first took possession of the Alpine Balsam site, and the decommissioned hospital and parking lots have since become a hole in one of Boulder's best neighborhoods. Meanwhile, we have critical unmet housing needs and now a city budget crisis to boot. The Alpine Balsam project already reflects extensive process and compromise and will be an asset to the community if we ever get it done. Please keep it moving by recommending adoption of the form-based code and the revisions to Boulder's zoning map that are before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. And next we'll hear from Lynn Siegel, and that's the last hand that I see up right now. So if anybody else wants to speak, feel free to put your hand up. Lynn?
It's hard to hear so many people testifying against their own best interests in Boulder. This is stunning. The real efficient housing is Marpa House style housing. That's the real affordable housing. And I see none of it here. We need a high level environmental assessment process. Per capita, we need to have what infrastructure costs, maintenance, and capital there are for our rec centers, our libraries, our open space, our transportation, and all the boards integrated. Then you do the form-based code. But first, you need to see what you can afford to do. We bought this land for $40 million, and now we're into $100 million before it's even ready to be built. And then what happens? I'll tell you what happens. Agreements with BHP for LIHTC funds, which the federal government would like to see nothing more. LIHTC funds are low-income housing tax credits. The federal government would like to see nothing more than growth, growth, growth. But Boulder has an insatiable demand, insatiable. And what we do is we lose the middle. We increase the wealth spread. We get more demand for lower and lower income, higher homelessness. And then we get these elite condos everywhere and 311 Mapleton, et cetera. We need this population. Basically, it's a population cap, right? And who said the P word? Al Bartlett said it. Al Bartlett said it, and we need to follow it. Then form-based code. And 25% inclusionary housing, we need 80% inclusionary housing. CU itself offered 45%. CU itself, and we've got 25. We have got things way out of base here. And I went through this process with Alpine Balsam. I went to all the sticky notes. I went to the years of that process. That process had a predetermined outcome. There's no rush here, because when you rush, you do things wrong. This is not CU South. Rush.
Oh, sorry. I must not have seen when the timer ran out. Okay, thank you,
No
Lynn.
rush is my point.
Thank you, Lynn. I think the timer did run out. Thank you so much for your comments. Let's see, do we have anybody else with a hand up? I don't see anybody at this point. So with that, I guess we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for the agenda item 5B. Is there anything that was said during public comment that the city would like to respond to before we start to deliberate?
I can just two things maybe real quick.
Yeah.
I would say to Mr. Cullinan, if you didn't hear the talk about the energy feasibility analysis that I talked about earlier, the website, there is an analysis that was done by a consultant to look at district energy for the site, and the fact that we might be able to get to net zero energy quite feasibly and financially without it being too much of a stretch. So I would encourage you to look that up. In terms of Kurt's feedback, that was super appreciative. I mean, he was definitely one of the few people who took the time to delve into the code and did offer some thoughtful comments. I mean, I think the main thing that we, and Leslie can talk more about this if you want to get into it, is that there's a bit of a tension in the code for providing sort of that flexibility versus being prescriptive enough. So I think the code, the way it's structured now, still provides for those smaller, intimate places along the way. It just says that's the maximum. You can always have smaller, but that's the maximum. Same thing with the setbacks. I mean, those setbacks are calculated because there's a lot going on. So we want buildings to be able to move forward, move back. We want the
Paseo is to not be just this straight line. We want it to have some flexibility and movement. And then in terms of roof styles and materials, we did hear quite a bit from the community. You know, they wanted more traditional design. And that's why we didn't include Mansford roofs or glass blocks. But again, we really appreciate Kurt's comments. And if you want to get into it a little bit more, Leslie can talk about it much better than I can. Leslie, do you want to?
No, that sounded great. That was exactly
Okay.
what I would have said. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for addressing that, those suggestions from Kurt. I almost always look in my junk folder before this starts, and somehow this one, my stupid software managed, Kurt, to put yours in there. So I had not had the chance to read through your detailed suggestions before the meeting. I apologize for that. I'll look through them, but I'm glad you did, Jay. And if other board members have, be great to, you know, if there is anything in there that sticks out, we can certainly bring it up during deliberation. All right, great. Thank you so much. So let's do this. I guess we can probably go another half hour or so before a break. Are people okay with that? We have the discussion points separated into 3 topics, and Sarah actually recommended that we maybe do the zoning one first. So I think that was reversed on the slide. Thank you for that. Should we just go ahead and do a Q&A at the beginning of each section, or would you like to do a general Q&A before we start? I'm happy doing Q&A before each section, if that's okay. Since Sarah?
I just want to ask a question of staff, and maybe this is a hella question. If we voted on the 8485, the rezoning of the 5 different areas, can we do that without having had the longer discussion about the form-based code, and then just try to get that done and off our desk?
Yes, you could do that. If the form-based code doesn't get approved, then the standards for those new zoning districts as regularly apply in the code, apply regular form and book standards.
So what I would rather do, Sarah, is go ahead and we can do a straw poll at the end that if everybody, but I would prefer to do the motion making all together, just because I feel like if there's something that informs that zoning, we wouldn't want to jump the gun. So we could, would that satisfy your request if we did a straw poll?
Sure. I was literally just trying to move something off the
Yeah.
pretty complicated set of, I mean, it shouldn't be, but it's fairly complicated set of motions. So
Okay. Good, and we can always split the motions up once we get to the motion making too, if someone feels that they want to vote separately on things. Okay, so great. So the first topic is initiating a general revision to the city's zoning map and recommending on City Council adoption of ordinance 8485. And this would be the zoning designations that include not just Alpine Balsam, but also at Odell, Hillside, the one out by Foothills. So anything on those? I guess I will ask one question. On the Hillside one, there was like this rectangle up on the CU South, or on Boulder High School property, that I thought when we talked about it last year, maybe you were going to correct that to match the other Boulder High property. But when I zoomed in on that map in the last attachment, I saw that it still had the rectangle. So is that, I mean, it probably doesn't have much practical ramification.
It just got really complicated quickly because it's not just those properties.
Okay.
And Jean can probably talk to this better than me because I think, go ahead, Jean, why don't you explain it?
I think that's exactly right, Jay. When you start looking at the areas of public and school district property and CU property in that whole area, it's really, really wonky. And we know that there are a lot of areas with public designations with the comp plan and then probably corresponding zoning that we're going to take a look at the next major update. We need to do a full assessment of all those, and we just really didn't feel like we should expand this and delve deeper into that area right now, but we anticipate doing that at the next major update.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. Okay, anyone else want to say anything about this general topic?
No, it seems to me that staff is just doing what staff needs to do to implement the BVCP update.
Great, and I think, yeah, I think the MU4P RH7 designations make sense, so. Good, all right, well, on then to the next one. The next one would be considering a recommendation to the City Council adopt 8484 ordinance, which amends Appendix L form-based code areas and Appendix M form-based code. So it's really the form-based code big question. So do we want to start it off with questions? Sarah?
I don't know if it's questions or comments. I agreed very strongly with what Paul Saporito said about these smaller parcels. And I'm not sure it has to be thought of as parcels per se, but making sure that the frontage of the building, particularly in the north central block, is from the neighborhood looking in, feels like it fits with the neighborhood, and that's finer grain. Again, I recognize that we want to be able to get the enough housing. We want to be able to have affordable housing there, and therefore we want to make sure that the costs aren't too high. But if we can really think about that front wall in a way that looks like it's smaller parcels, that I think would be really valuable. I'm not exactly sure how to propose that to the form-based code. So first I'll just put it on the table for discussion, and then we'll figure out if there's, in counting noses, if there's some way to add that to the form-based code.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and it's unclear to me how the form-based code could coincide or coexist with small lots, and perhaps Jay can address that, because I don't understand how it can under the current format.
Yeah, it's a great question. And Paul was at some, at least two of our community engagement meetings, and it was great. I mean, he shared specific drawings that really illustrated what he's talking about. I shared that with Leslie. Leslie got super excited. We had a conversation about it, and there's nothing in the form-based code that would preclude that type of design. So it like, I think where Sarah was going is sort of this next level of granularity. And I would say, there is still the opportunity to have that conversation, because the city still owns the land, and the city can, help influence how that gets developed. So it's not like it's a private developer coming in and saying, this is what I want to do. So I think there's still opportunity. I'm not entirely clear how you would amend the form-based code, but it sounds like Leslie might have some suggestions.
Great, Leslie, yeah.
I am very sorry to say that I missed this in my review of the document in your packet. On page 262, section M127, which is called building articulation, is missing a huge chunk of it. If you would like to share the back pocket slide, number 49, Jay, it has all the language in it, and you will see what, I'm not 100% sure, Sarah, that this is getting at what you were looking for, but the form-based code does have a requirement for building facade variety every 90 feet of building facade that Jay is going to show you. I don't know if can you zoom in on that language? Next page, next slide.
And just to be clear, Leslie, it's not, it's still in the code. It's not shown in the ordinance because we're not proposing to make any changes to it.
Right.
Is that any easier to see?
Oh, so that that's why it didn't get in our packet then, is it's not changed language.
Exactly. So the ordinance will show what's new and what's being removed. It doesn't show all the existing.
That's what the ... is in between, yeah. So if you look there where it says M127, building articulation in the center of the slide. It's harder to see. Number C or letter C, all buildings 120 feet in width or greater shall fulfill the following requirements. Increments, the facade shall be varied in segments less than or equal to 90 feet, which is about the width of like the houses along, it's actually smaller than the houses along Balsam. The facades of those houses along Balsam on the north side. And the requirements are that the facade segment shall vary by type of dominant material, color, scale, or orientation of that material, and at least two of the following: the proportion of recesses and projections, the location of the entrance and window placements, the roof type, plane or material, or building heights, which probably won't vary by building heights, but that was kind of what I was getting at with that building that's along Pearl, with those recesses every so many feet to kind of break it into smaller increments.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. That's very helpful to understand. And I know that what Paul was bringing up was perhaps making it possible for smaller developers to participate. I think that's a great idea, but sort of not part of our discussion today. But that idea of a fine-grained interface is, I think, super important, and I'm glad to hear that that it's incorporated into this already. That's great. Thank you.
Great. More any more questions? Or we can kind of focus on questions first and then comments. I was one thing that I noticed was on slide 35 in your presentation, Leslie, corresponds with M115D diagram, or I'm sorry, M115 diagram. It didn't show the plaza to the east next to the atrium building, but I assume maybe that was just, I know it's in another diagram, but I just wanted to make sure that, the plaza next to the atrium building is there. I just noticed it wasn't in that diagram.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we removed that is that diagram on page 35 is on slide 35 is actually in section 2 of the code. And that section, I think it's important to note that the form-based code is really for private developer use. The zoning is for private developer use, and if we were to put that plaza in the code, it would then have to follow the regulations of a plaza as outlined in the code, and it doesn't really need to. It's going to be designed for whatever it's going to be designed for. So we removed it there. It does show up on the full regulating plan as a blue bubble, and that's because we do want all the buildings that are facing that plaza to have type A fronts, so that they are responding to that plaza. So I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yep, that makes sense. Just wanted to make sure, and it sounds like it was all thought of. Great. Oh, John.
So one of the comments I think that that Jay made in terms of the lessons learned from 30th and Pearl was the problem of having too many A-type fronts, so that it made it difficult to have the utilities or the trash located. How are we dealing with that here?
Go ahead.
Want me to do it?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will just say everybody always wants type A streets everywhere. When we're laying out regulating plans for every community, everybody wants those primary streets as much as possible. And the way that we had a lot of conversations with the architect who had worked on 30 Pearl and how that, that could be addressed in the regulating plan. And 11th Street is designated as a type B street. So that all of those services can be accessed off of 11th Street, as well as the new street on the west-hand side. So the two new streets introduced are intended to be type B streets, so that all of those services can be accessed there, drives and such. But then all of the pedestrian ways, unlike Boulder Junction, which were considered type B frontages, in Alpine Balsam, our pedestrian ways are type A. So the fronts of the buildings will be on, those, the enhanced paseo through the middle of it. Does that make sense? So the access is off those two streets.
Okay, well, yes, that's a good explanation. And I presume that gives you access to every building that you need to with those two streets. I'm trying to think of how to make this as beautiful as possible and as functional as possible, not always compatible. But the paseo itself, which could serve in some respects for access, will that be of the A character then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Unlike the paseos in Boulder Junction, because it's a different situation.
Right.
So here they will be the A access.
Okay. And another, if I can just pursue a related question. I've noticed that on the 30th and Pearl, there's some very narrow walks or paseos between buildings. And one could question whether that's unacceptably narrow.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a possibility that there will be such narrow passages in this Alpine Balsam project?
No, actually, so the paseos for Boulder Junction were set based on a paseo that's in downtown. And I'm sorry, I don't remember where it is, but we actually measured that paseo in the downtown area. I wish I would have looked that up, but so it was set based on that. In Alpine Balsam, it's a different situation. We have created a specific paseo. It's on the next slide, actually, Jay, if you want to. It is, you can see at the bottom, it's Alpine Balsam's enhanced paseo. So it's a different set of regulations. It's a different column in the paseo requirements table, and it's much wider. It's a minimum 25 feet. For the actual public easement. So that's quite a bit wider than the paseos in Boulder Junction. And then in addition to that, we have front yards. There's like a minimum 5-foot front yard that will move back and forth because it's a range of 5 to, I believe, 20 feet for those, the building facades along the paseo. So it's going to be quite a wide area. And that was a conscious decision with Kalani, if she's still on, the discussion about what the expectation from the community was for this to be an actual space with seating areas off of it and landscape and trees and such.
So would it be correct to say that no two buildings will be less than 40 or 50 feet from each other?
No, this paseo would be, I think it would be, oh, it is right, 35 feet. Yes, approximately. Mhm.
So, okay.
45.
So those very narrow passageways wouldn't be, there would be none of them here.
No, and on the north-south multi-use path, if you want to click on that, you can see that on the northern side, we have the outdoor space type. And then on the southern side, it would be adjacent to the mobility hub.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Sarah?
In M16B4, there's a discussion of the required residential mix. And it says the area designated as a general mix 2 shall include at least two row buildings and at least 12 dwelling units shall be included in, I think, each row building. So at least a guarantee of 24, no. Leslie, what is it?
No, it's just in row buildings. There's not a lot of space for that many row houses on that site anyway. And so that is approximately 50% of what can fit really on that site. And what we wanted to do was give some flexibility to doing other missing middle types. And if you look at the general building type on that particular site, it's meant to be a 65-foot maximum width building. So like a 6-flat or a 4-flat or something like that. And that would be the other type of housing. But we also wanted to make sure that it wasn't all 4 or 6 flats based on the area plan and the community discussions. So we set a minimum number of units that must occur within row buildings.
Okay, so the minimum number of units in the row buildings is a total of 12, or that's the minimum. And I'm just trying to understand what would, won't be able to answer it because it has to do with who your partners are. So forget the question. Okay, I'll just move on. Thank you for that clarification.
But if I could just add, I mean, I think that's a really important point that you brought up. Thank you, Sarah, because that's one of the benefits of the form-based code is that we heard from the community that row houses were extremely important.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted to see. And with the form-based code, we can say, all right, half of them at a minimum are going to be row homes. They could do all row homes, but we wanted to make sure there was at least half. So
if I could just follow up, my personal preference would be that it would all be row homes in this particular quadrant. So I'm just curious, but that's just my preference. Sort of curious what would be the determining factor that would determine the mix ultimately?
I would say access, but Leslie, you did some schematics for that parcel. What would you say is the challenges of getting all row homes?
Well, do you mean getting all row homes or figuring out? I think you could comfortably mix, instead of doing a row of row homes, you could do, say, 2 4 or 6 flat units. I'm sorry, is that what you call them in Boulder? Like, stacked flats.
Stacked flats, yeah.
Stacked flats, yeah. So 4 or 6 to a unit. So 2-story would be 4, or 6 would be 2 3-story side by side. And really we're talking about a fairly small width. The problem is they need to be quite a bit deeper because it's a flat. So in terms of, a townhouse goes up 2 or 3 stories, a flat would need to have all that space in the depth. And so you do tend to lose quite a bit of space when you do those in terms of layout. So I don't know I'm sorry, I wasn't really thinking about your question because I was thinking that it was more of a financial question and not just a site layout question. But you know, you could get more units with a 4 or 6 flat, but in terms of the layout, it's such a small site. It's going to be really hard to get to make up for doing that deep of a building on the site. You would lose twice as many townhouses probably.
We would lose, did you say we would lose twice as many townhouses?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of putting that on the site, you know, if you have the 12 townhouses, the other 12 would be, you know, probably 2 or 3 stacked flat buildings as opposed to 12 stacked flat buildings. Obviously, it wouldn't even really be 6, I don't think, because of the depth. I'm sorry, this is not really helping.
No, I mean, form-based code is very, as you guys have made it clear, it's quite complicated and there's a million moving parts and you're trying to explain a million moving parts in a couple sentences. So I appreciate how challenging it is.
It really would be better to sort of diagrammatically lay it out, but we try to leave that flexibility. We have tested how these different building types could fit on the site in order to write, you know, the regulations, and we've worked with the architect to figure it out, but we try to leave it flexible so that they can design the site because they could come up with something that we didn't consider.
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
Great. More questions? I had one question that I will ask since I don't see any hands right now, but when I started going into the tables on the general building types and the additional column for Alpine Balsam, I noticed that there is language in the column for references and additional requirements, and sometimes things that apply to Boulder Junction that may be changing a little bit. And I just wanted to make sure that there was a care made that that something didn't change for Boulder Junction inadvertently through language that was put in for Alpine Balsam, because I just wasn't so sure. For example, even just the first one in M117, it says for every 100 feet of building frontage, 1 courtyard. That applies to both, I guess, Boulder Junction and Alpine Balsam. Is that okay? It didn't change something for Boulder Junction that would break anything? Because I saw it in a number of places, and yeah.
I think that staff has, we've talked to staff about those changes. There aren't very many of them. That one in particular has to do with the fact that, you know, a maximum of 30% and 30 feet wide, it's going to be approximately, you know, it's got to be at least a 90-foot building, probably, you know, a third of, you know, 30 feet being a third of it. And we just wanted to make sure that it was a substantial enough building to warrant the courtyard. And I don't think the courtyards are really used on 30 Pearls, so it hasn't been used yet. It hasn't been used in any of the, you know, on Spark or Boulder Commons or any of the other Boulder Junction projects. But it will likely be used here on the site in the center on the south side on Alpine, just because you can't get a double-loaded corridor building in there without the courtyard. So I wanted to be very clear what the expectation was. So we were very conscious of that. And in fact, some of the language that you'll see in the reference and additional requirements, Hella and, you know, worked on to make sure that we were being clear about the differences. So it was adding some additional information.
Yeah, most of them that I saw, I could imagine that the language may not apply, you know, may not affect Boulder Junction, but I just wanted to make sure that was thought of carefully, and I could imagine it was. So thank you. Okay, great. Sarah.
So one last question that has to do with M110, the streetscapes and Paseo designs. And I've brought this up before in meetings about free range trees instead of trees being in boxes. And I'm just really curious, given the surrounding neighborhoods where there are a lot of what I call free range trees, I'm curious what the thinking is about the trees on this site. Will they be in box? What will we do to make sure that they can mature into long-lived trees and help to reduce urban heat island effect and also fit, become part of the neighborhood's tree canopy?
I'd say that's an excellent point. I mean, I'm not sure that the form-based code specifies how you design planters and space around the trees. I don't know, Leslie. What do you think?
I was just looking at the regulations to make sure, but we don't have, we have a minimum size, a minimum width of the paseo and a minimum width of the pedestrian travelway. And we've made a statement that it needs to be a mix of landscape and hardscape areas, not just hardscape with, tree wells or planters. But we did not state what the percentages of landscape needed to be. And I think some of that had to do with wanting to make sure that there were plenty of seating areas and some of those smaller sort of gathering places along that paseo, because it is pretty good size. But right now it says at the very last, just before M111, I think before, because that didn't change. It states that enhanced paseo shall include a mix of hardscaping and landscaping. All areas other than pedestrian travelways, seating areas, and entranceways to buildings must be landscaped.
And Leslie, I might jump in at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a section at the beginning of the form-based code that talks about what sections of the rest of the land use code apply and what ones don't apply. So there is a section that says that the development standards do apply, not the open space, but all the standard development standards like landscaping apply. So I think that would also dictate how the trees are managed and where they're planted. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll double check that. But I think that's what it says.
So Carl, what are the implications of that? Because one of the challenges for me, one of the lessons learned from the TVAP is that the limited green space and limited trees it feels very unlike any other part of Boulder, residential part of Boulder. And I would hope that is not something that is carried over into this new development.
Obviously, there's certain streetscapes that are more urban, so you see the trees and tree grates. So the landscaping standards would dictate, the size of those tree grates and the size of plantings. I mean, with just like a site review project, applicants still need to submit a landscape plan, and they have to show that they're meeting the landscape standards. And there's different contexts depending on where they are in the city.
So that basically requires, what kind of landscape and how the landscape is fit into those spaces. But the form-based code does state that, the travel way and the seating areas can be paved, but the rest of the paseo must be landscaped. And that was actually something specifically, again, that Kalani had us add.
Okay. All right, well, I'm
a combination.
Okay. I know, I appreciate that, and I think we'll just have to see what that ends up looking like when the development actually begins. So.
And I actually noticed that it said very specifically that if it wasn't used for walking on or I guess maybe outdoor seating, there might be some for outdoor, but everything else has to be landscape. So that was interesting. John, did you want to say something, or did I see you?
Yeah, I'm still going back to this question of how small scale developers can manage with this code. You've made it, we've specified very clearly what sort of design character we want. But let's say somebody wants to buy one 30-foot wide section or the city decides that they want to chop this up into small sections at either on the west end or along Balsam, for example, how can they work with this code to both satisfy the code and still have a building that is functional? Do you see what I'm driving at? We're talking about, for example, a big building in section 4, I think it's called, with a 120-foot long frontage along Balsam. Is there any possibility that sections of that could be owned and developed by smaller developers?
Good.
Does the code require that it not be? No, the code would allow it to be broken up. It could be broken up into smaller buildings, definitely by the code, or it could be one large building. The code doesn't define that. They could subdivide that site, and it could be smaller general buildings that would then meet all the general building regulations. It probably, if they made them small enough, they wouldn't have to meet the building variety requirements that we were talking about earlier, because they would be less than that size. They could then build, multiple small buildings. There isn't anything in the code that requires that to be one large building.
Okay, well, thank you.
More questions? I guess at some point we could do around the table, just general comments on the adoption of 8484. But and any suggestions people might have, but I'd like to make sure we don't have more questions first. Good. All right, well, who would like to I figure maybe each board member would have some words to say about this ordinance. So anybody who wants to kick this off, feel free. I can do it, certainly. I would say that when we looked at the land use changes last year, it was mentioned that we might be looking at a form-based code, and it was kind of, in the works. And it's kind of amazing to see how much work has been done in less than a year to iron all this out. I think that the fact that it builds off of Boulder Junction it's really obvious to me how once you get that first form-based code in, you can actually leverage it for something a little different, because you've thought of all the kind of areas that need to be addressed. You just have different sizes and values in there. So it's kind of cool to see, from my perspective. I think it's kind of cool to see how efficient it is once you've gone into that to come up with a new one. I also did ride my bike through Boulder Junction this week just to see the progress. And one thing that struck me is that I think there's some community, I don't want to say anything bad about any particular project, but I know that with Spark, people are a little bit concerned about the outcome on that one. And that was approved before I got on planning board. I think that the Boulder Junction buildings are much more welcoming, and the outcomes are pretty amazing so far, from what I can tell. The design looks good, and it's, of course, it's still under construction, but I was kind of impressed. So it made me more confident that we're moving in the right direction with this kind of thing. And I also saw another thing that was asked for last year was that sometimes we talk about numbers of stories, sometimes height. And I noticed that they were combined so that you're talking about both height and stories. So which gives, I think, the public a little bit more confidence that both height and stories are taken into account. So I thought that was very responsive to something that came up last time. So those are just some things that I noticed. But in general, I'm very supportive of moving this forward. So I would definitely be happy to vote yes on this.
I'll go. So I thought I appreciate all the work that you all have done, and appreciate you walking us through something that is very complicated and multi-layered. I've expressed the things I have concerns about, but it seems like whether those concerns are met are not going to be resolved in adding something or subtracting something from the form-based code, but rather in the implementation of it and the inputs from your partners, your development partners, and the financing. And I will reiterate the tree thing. I think it's important. And hopefully that will be carried forward as the conversations continue. And I also really appreciate the sort of downsizing from TVAP. It was a much bigger area, much more industrial. And I think you've done a nice job, at least on the north side, the 2 quadrants to the west, of trying to bring it down to a size that's more appropriate to that neighborhood. And I really appreciate that. So those are my comments, and I'm generally supportive.
Great. Anyone else want to weigh in? John.
Yeah, I'll split my comments into 2 parts. One, because the first one, because there may have been some misunderstanding both on the board here and in the public about what has happened in the last 2 meetings we had regarding my comments about this project. The first, I would just like to say to members of the public who were dissatisfied with what happened at the last meeting with regard to my comments were designed to move us ahead and make sure that this project is the best possible project we can get. And people who think that these comments are done merely to delay and halt the project are incorrect. So I'd just like to make that point. Secondly, with respect to moving ahead tonight, I think I do support the proposal made by staff here. I continue to be concerned that planning board loses a little bit of control over the ultimate project when it engages in a code in what's being proposed tonight. But I can see that there are benefits associated with it, and I'm willing to move ahead. But as Sarah mentioned, I think it makes us very dependent on staff to make sure that that the implementation is the way we want it to be. So I'll be supporting this tonight, but I wanted to make that clear to both my colleagues on the board and members of the public who've made some remarks about that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I'll also put my support behind your comments. I think that your intentions were, certainly I may not have agreed with the way things were going at times, and it may have showed. And I apologize if I might have indicated anything like that. But I know that your intentions were sound, and that and I'll support you on that. Thank you for making that clarification and for addressing that.
Yeah, I agree. I learned a lot from your questions, John. I have a lot of respect for the detail.
All right. Any other comments then on this question before we move to our third and final question tonight? Great. All right. So the final one is approve amendments to the Alpine Balsam area plan connections plan to be consistent with the proposed Appendix M form-based code regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area. And I guess the two main ones that we're looking at are the curve in the connection near the pavilion building, and let's see, the Paseo.
It ends at 11th.
Yes, ending 11th.
Ends
Thank
at-
you.
Yeah.
Looking for the words on that. Those are really the main things here, right?
Can I just ask a question? So what, just so I understand the process, I mean, I don't have any problems with the proposed changes, but why are these very specific proposed changes being considered so separately from everything else in the form-based code? I'm just really curious why that is.
Yeah, I was a little baffled by that as well, but I mean, it's legal reasons. I mean, the connections plan is a separate document and Hella can tell you all about it.
Okay, Hella.
Yeah, the form-based code assumes that the regulating plan is consistent with what's shown in the connections plan, and they kind of go hand in hand. So they need to be consistent. There's ways to amend it, obviously, but ultimately we're going to run into problems if they're not consistent. So because the connections plan is a regulatory document as well, and we're making these slight changes in the regulating plan, I recommended that we just adopt those changes right now and make it consistent.
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Right, any other comments, John?
Yeah, on that topic, I'm very glad it was separated out from the form-based code, because I am not willing to go along with ending the Paseo at 10th Street, not having it continue to 9th Street, because I think it, as well as you know, I'm very concerned about having as much permeability in as many directions as possible through almost any super block. And this is indeed a super block. And we know that there is a lot of traffic going between Broadway and say the little shopping center there and North Boulder Park. And I think that I do not see that there's any benefit associated with having a Paseo that ends before it reaches a destination that many would like to reach. So I would like to keep that connection going through fully to 9th Street. But the kink in 11th Street, I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy to live with there.
Can I just respond to John? So John, I think in reading through the materials, I think that the point of the goal of ending the Paseo at 10th Street was to encourage people to go north and cross over onto the pedestrian, to cross over the green space and get on the sidewalk and then hop onto the bike path or keep going on 10th Street as a pedestrian, rather than having pedestrians and bikes pop out onto 9th Street in what is essentially the middle of a block. And to me, that made a lot of sense. I mean, I appreciate the desire for permeability, but from a transportation perspective and a pedestrian and bike safety perspective, to me, it seemed to make sense to end the Paseo at 10th.
Sorry, can I just clarify too? So we're not proposing to end the Paseo necessarily. That connection still remains through the entire site, so that there is still that pedestrian connection. We're just creating, like you're saying, a more attractive path to the north and around. But I just want to be clear, we're not ending the Paseo, we're not terminating it. just language. It sounds really bad when you describe it that way.
We should probably acknowledge what it does end at. So it actually hits 10th Street, right? And then there's a multi-use path that goes north-south, but then there's a new street that connects to 9th. So
we'll have a sidewalk connection.
We'll have a sidewalk. So from a street with a sidewalk, you'll see a paseo that leads to Ideal Market that goes 2 blocks. So to make a paseo there would be, from what I can see, would be kind of awkward because you don't have, you already have a street. So you'd have to like build something to make a paseo because, you know, there's just, streets have sidewalks. So that's rationale that I can see.
Well, my concern is that I understand that you'd like to encourage people to move over to Balsam and then go west. But it seems to me that there should at least be a bike and pedestrian path that continues west without having to go either to Balsam or Alpine to cross 9th Street. So it's I understand that we're making another crossing on 9th Street and the traffic people will be unhappy about that, but they're unhappy with a lot of things that we do here. So that's my objective, is just to not have a dead end of that path going west.
Just also to be clear, the paseo is simply a type of pedestrian way. And right now the paseo is designated to be 35 feet wide. And to put a 35-foot wide requirement adjacent to a 50 or 60-foot street would mean you would have significantly less developable area on that western. So what we've assumed is, and this was actually a question that we asked the transportation staff as well, that street will be required to have pedestrian access along it. So you will basically come out of the paseo between the 2 buildings, 45 feet wide or so, at an intersection that will then take you onto the pedestrian sidewalk adjacent to that new east-west street to 9th Street. And then at that point, you can move forward, move north and cross, or you can jaywalk across 9th or ride your bike across 9th or whatever. So it's a continuous pedestrian path, but not the paseo.
Okay, that I'm satisfied with that. Then I'll retract my comment. As long as someone walking can continue walking west, that's what I want. Thank you.
Well, and I'll say if you're, I guess you don't bike in a paseo. No, you don't bike in a paseo.
Trying to come up with a new brand of hipster stickers.
So the bikes are going to be using coming around using the north-south new multi-use paths and streets and connecting that way mostly. Okay. Yeah. Other comments?
So I can say I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation there.
Great. Well, it sounds like we've got pretty good support. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to do, now this is the time where we would normally go ahead and go into the motion making portion of the meeting. And I could ask Hella Hella, do you have any advice on motion making, or it's pretty straightforward? I could just ask someone to make a motion, and if someone raises their hand, they can do it.
Yeah, I would recommend to follow the recommended motion language in the memo, unless you want to do something different than what's recommended.
All right. Well, anyone want to?
Can someone on staff bring up the motions for us?
Yeah. There we go. I have it on my piece of paper in front of me, but.
So are we making 3 separate motions? We're making 3 separate ones, right?
Well, we can do it all as one if people are comfortable doing that. But if there's anybody who feels strongly that it should be voted on separately, we can. But I didn't really hear that anyone was, if anyone wants to speak up that they have a problem that they.
I suggest we move forward and try to do it as one and then see if that can just move forward.
That sounds good. Well, I'd be glad to make the motion as the chair, if no one else is stepping up. I would move to initiate a general revision to the city's zoning map, which forms a part of Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981, and recommend to City Council adoption of Ordinance 8485 for a general revision of the city's zoning map consistent with the land use designation changes adopted in the 2020 midterm update to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And recommend to City Council adoption of Ordinance 8484, amending Appendix L form-based code areas and Appendix M form-based code of Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981, creating a form-based code for the Alpine Balsam area and setting forth related details, and approve amendments to the Alpine Balsam Connections Plan to be consistent with the proposed Appendix M form-based code regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area.
I'll second.
Yep. Let George second.
George seconds, great. All right, any discussion on this motion? All right, have we read this motion enough that I don't need to restate it? It seems like we've said it a couple of times, like it was the same as what I read at the beginning of the meet of the 5B. So if we're comfortable just saying that that's the motion right there, I could go ahead and do a roll call. Peter.
Aye.
Georgie.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Lupita.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. All right, we have a unanimous decision on Alpine Balsam form-based code and zoning changes. Thank you all so much. Congratulations to staff, Leslie, Jay, Jean. Thank you so much. And all the other supporting folks who came to answer questions. Thank you, Hella. Kurt, or Carl and Charles are still here.
Thank you so much for all your time and effort.
Thanks.
And big thanks to Leslie for being with us tonight and all the work on this.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
great.
Great questions.
Awesome. Okay. Well, with that, we'll close that item. And let's see. Oh gosh. Notes.
Bye, Leslie.
Now that brings us to the matters of the planning board. Any matters from the board?
Just one,
Hmm?
for me at least. So I sent an email to Jacob and David this morning saying, could we please not have two public meetings in one meeting? It's a lot to take on, especially for anybody who also has a full-time job. So just want to put that out there. We don't have to discuss it or even agree to it. I just would like to make that comment and hope that we can perhaps
Oh, you froze up. You'll have to repeat your last sentence once you unfreeze.
sorry,
Can you go back one sentence? You froze up.
okay, just that if staff could take into account the challenge of preparing for two public hearings in one meeting. When you do the calendar, I would be ever so grateful.
Okay. Any comments on that? Great. Yeah, I know that that the schedule ebbs and flows, and we do have, I think, something like 4 weeks off now. Is it 4 weeks? So that's pretty amazing. So thank you for sticking with it. And yeah, if I would say, yeah, definitely we appreciate it if the workload and of having, sometimes maybe if they're not really big ones, but it'd be great to take that into account. Great. Matters from the planning director, Jacob, Charles.
Frozen again.
Nothing additional.
Nothing additional. I will just note on that previous item, happy to take into consideration anything that the board may prefer in terms of the delivery of the material to the board or the number of items that are considered in the public hearing. So certainly open to input. Other than that, no new items from staff.
Thank you, Jacob. Hella, anything from City Attorney?
Nothing from me.
Thank you, Hella. All right. Well, let's start with calendar check on number 7. Cindy, anything we should know on the calendar?
No, next meeting is October 7th and we'll be back.
Yeah. I actually had a conversation with Lisa this week, just to check in, and the baby's doing great. And yeah, hopefully she'll hold up little Max for us to see. Great. All right. Any debrief? Congratulations to the board on I think having been very efficient tonight. Thank you for that. Anything else on debrief? Any feedback? All right. Well, with that, we'll gavel this meeting out. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in, 5 weeks.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks so much.
Good night, everyone.
Organization and all this too.
Have a good day.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.